3, 2, 1.
Here we go!
What if your everyday is easier? What if your tasks are faster? What if you never have to chase due dates ever? What if your life is safer? What if your dreams are higher? What if kaya mo na? GCash gives you secure payments, real-time money transfers, accessible financial services, exclusive deals, and a full suite of business solutions para kaya mo na sumabay sa takbo ng buhay. Kaya mo na to stay connected. Kaya mo na magbayad anytime, anywhere. Kaya mo na mag-buy and sell. Kaya mo na to get exclusive deals. Kaya mo na magpera padala. Kaya mo na gawing safe ang future. Kaya mo na abutin ang pangarap. Kaya mo na makatulong, magbigay ng pag-asa. Kaya mo, GCash mo.
Music, art, and NFTs. One big celebration. Over 10,000 G-goers. A recap of the best moments. Powered by NFT-activated passes. 917 new NFT owners. The biggest NFT launch in the Philippines.
Bis na kita.
Ay, kailan kaya ulit?
Angkas, tara na! Whee! Pabalik pa po ang angkas?
Manalig ka lang, dahil ang angkas ay malakas.
Angkas malakas!
Angkas malakas!
Angkas malakas! Angkas malakas!
3, 2, 1.
Here we go!
Guriseta, Africa, Cauton, and Saavedra has been consistently ranked as a top-tier law firm in the Philippines by various prestigious international organizations such as Asian Legal Business, International Financial Law Review, the Legal 500, Chambers Partners, Asia Business Law Journal, and the Asia Law Profiles. Our firm, Goriseta, Africa, Cauton, and Saavedra, was awarded the Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Law Firm of the Year for 2019, 2020, and 2021, and also the Innovative Technologies Law Firm of the Year for 2019 and 2021 by Asian Legal Business during the Philippine Law Awards. We were also voted as the best fintech law firm in the Philippines for 2019, 2020, and 2021 during the annual awards of UK-based Wealth and Finance International. We were likewise voted as Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Law Firm of the Year for 2019, 2020, and 2021 by Vantage Asia or Asia Business Law Journal.
With pioneering expertise on the law on digital assets, fintech, blockchain, virtual currencies, e-commerce, data privacy, and artificial intelligence, we are legal counsel to the biggest and most impactful technology and online companies in the world. We have been ranked #1 in the Philippines in the tech or fintech space.
What if your everyday is easier? What if your tasks are faster? What if you never have to chase due dates ever? What if your life is safer? What if your dreams are higher? What if kaya mo na? GCash gives you secure payments, real-time money transfers, accessible financial services, exclusive deals, and a full suite of business solutions para kaya mo na sumabay sa takbo ng buhay. Kaya mo na to stay connected. Kaya mo na magbayad anytime, anywhere. Kaya mo na mag-buy and sell. Kaya mo na to get exclusive deals. Kaya mo na magpera padala, kaya mo na gawing safe ang future, kaya mo na abutin ang pangarap. Kaya mo na makatulong, magbigay ng pag-asa. Kaya mo, GCash mo.
Music, art, and NFTs. One big celebration. Over 10,000 G-goers. A recap of the best moments. Powered by NFT activated passes. 917 new NFT owners. The biggest NFT launch in the Philippines.
Bis na kita.
Ay, kailan kaya ulit?
Angkas, tara na! Pabalik pa po ang angkas?
Manalig ka lang dahil ang angkas ay malakas.
Angkas malakas!
Angkas malakas! Angkas malakas!
3, 2, 1.
Guriceta, Africa, Cauton, and Saavedra has been consistently ranked as a top-tier law firm in the Philippines by various prestigious international organizations such as Asian Legal Business, International Financial Law Review, the Legal 500, Chambers Partners, Asia Business Law Journal, and the Asia Law Profiles. Our firm, Goriseta, Africa, Cauton, and Saavedra, was awarded the Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Law Firm of the Year for 2019, 2020, and 2021, and also the Innovative Technologies Law Firm of the Year for 2019 and 2021 by Asian Legal Business during the Philippine Law Awards. We were also voted as the best fintech law firm in the Philippines for 2019, 2020, and 2021 during the annual awards of UK-based Wealth and Finance International. We were likewise voted as Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Law Firm of the Year for 2019, 2020, and 2021 by Vantage Asia or Asia Business Law Journal.
With pioneering expertise in the law on digital assets, fintech, blockchain, virtual currencies, e-commerce, data privacy, and artificial intelligence, we are legal counsel to the biggest and most impactful technology and online companies in the Philippines. We have been ranked #1 in the Philippines in the tech or fintech space.
What if your everyday is easier? What if your tasks are faster? What if you never have to chase due dates ever? What if your life is safer? What if your dreams are higher? What if kaya mo na? GCash gives you secure payments, real-time money transfers, accessible financial services, exclusive deals, and a full suite of business solutions para kaya mo na sumabay sa takbo ng buhay. Kaya mo na to stay connected. Kaya mo na magbayad anytime, anywhere. Kaya mo na mag-buy and sell. Kaya mo na to get exclusive deals. Kaya mo na magpera padala. Kaya mo na gawing safe ang future. Kaya mo na abutin ang pangarap. Kaya mo na makatulong, magbigay ng pag-asa. Kaya mo, GCash mo.
Music, art, and NFTs. One big celebration. Over 10,000 G-goers. A recap of the best moments. Powered by NFT activated passes. 917 new NFT owners. The biggest NFT launch in the Philippines.
Bis na kita.
Ay, kailan kaya ulit?
Angkas, tara na! Pabalik pa po ang angkas?
Manalig ka lang dahil ang angkas ay malakas.
Angkas, malakas!
Angkas malakas! Angkas malakas!
What if your everyday is easier? What if your tasks are faster? What if you never have to chase due dates ever? What if your life is safer? What if your dreams are higher? What if kaya mo na? GCash gives you secure payments, real-time money transfers, accessible financial services, exclusive deals, and a full suite of business solutions para kaya mo na sumabay sa takbo ng buhay. Kaya mo na to stay connected. Kaya mo na magbayad anytime, anywhere. Kaya mo na mag-buy and sell. Kaya mo na to get exclusive deals. Kaya mo na magpera padala. Kaya mo na gawing safe ang future. Kaya mo na abutin ang pangarap. Kaya mo na makatulong, magbigay ng pag-asa. Kaya mo, GCash mo.
Music, art, and NFTs. One big celebration. over 10,000 G-goers. A recap of the best moments. Powered by NFT activated passes. 917 new NFT owners. The biggest NFT launch in the Philippines.
Bis na kita.
Ay, kailan kaya ulit?
Angkas, tara na! Pabalik pa po ang angkas?
Manalig ka lang dahil ang angkas ay malakas.
Angkas, malakas!
Angkas malakas! Angkas malakas!
is here.
Welcome to the future. Welcome to the future. Welcome to the future.
We're marching ahead, blazing new trails. This is the future. We're setting sail. We're building a path to things we never done. Tomorrow is here, it's rising with the sun. An evolution, revolutions come. It's only started, only just begun. This is the moment we've been waiting for. So open up the door.
Welcome to the future.
Yeah.
Welcome to the, welcome to the, welcome to the future.
Yeah.
Welcome to the, welcome to the,
You are
welcome to
a new dawn, a new day, a new plan. Yeah.
welcome to the future. Welcome to the,
Future.
future.
To officially welcome everyone here today, please welcome Luis and Jen.
Good morning!
Hello, everyone. Hello, my name is Luis. I'm the country manager of YGG Pilipinas.
And I'm Jen from Blockchain Space, and welcome to the day 2 of Philippine Web3 Festival.
You know, they say fortune favors the bold, and you guys are the boldest of the bold because you actually survived yesterday's hangover. I'm told that over 1,000 people were partying until 4 in the morning
That
at
includes
Silo. There you go. And Jen is still alive too. And you guys are great. Thank you so much for joining us again, bright and early on day 2. You know, yesterday we tackled a whole bunch of awesome things. We had a panel about FTX. We heard from thought leaders like Jihos and Gabby Dizon and Yatsui from Animoca. And we've got all of this amazing Filipino talent, NFT artists that were on stage here for a couple of different panels. But don't take my word for it. I'm told we have a pretty awesome recap video that we can actually watch right now. Let's all check that out.
See.
So I'm Jeffrey IND. I am a Assistant Secretary at the Department of Information and Communications Technology of the Republic of the Philippines. As far as we are concerned, we're only regulating the elements where you will need to exchange your cryptocurrency into physical money. In terms of regulation, minimal regulation, mostly on that particular aspect. We're not actually more in regulation. Kasi taxation already exists. We're not actually more in regulation. Kasi taxation already exists. We're more about empowering and trying to move forward into the massive adoption of cryptocurrencies. Papaano ma-educate yung mga tao in the proper use of it, in the safe use of it, responsible use of it, while not forgetting, of course, their social responsibility.
I'm Owl. I'm one of YGG's co-founders. I've been in the blockchain since 2018, running smart contracts, working for other projects which are in DeFi and NFTs. I've spoken with people who are building protocols or building things, and the highlights are usually the people who have been here since day one. It's crazy to see the passion and the dedication of the people that are already in the space, and they keep on moving forward because they just like it so much. Things I'll be building in the future will be things that will allow people to connect in a way that no trust is needed, and everyone will get what is expected to be obtained or claimed or rewarded. You use the power of what blockchain is, which is transparency, decentralization, and trustless and secure transactions. This is one of those things that I will think will always be on top of what I'm trying to build.
Hi, my name is Brian Liu, and I am the founding partner of IVC. We are also investors in YGG's last round, and we incubated YGG SCA and YGG Japan. IVC invested in a lot of games and GameFi companies, and that's because of our relationship with YGG. YGG was our first investment, and because of YGG SCA and YGG Japan, we had a lot of exposure to games and GameFi. We are investing in a lot of companies that are Web 2 companies that are jumping into Web 3, so companies like Come to Us that already have a lot of freemium or free-to-play or Web2 games that are generating anywhere between $500 million to $1 billion in revenue already. And these are the ones that are then porting over their games or creating new games. These crypto games are going to be easy for Web2 users to play because they're not going to realize that it's actually a crypto game. It's going to be more of a Web 2.5 era moving forward.
My name is Luis Buenaventura. I'm the country manager of YGG Pilipinas. It is just towards the end of the first day of the Philippine Web3 Festival. And honestly, this is kind of a culmination of stuff that we've been planning or hoping or dreaming about for the last couple of years now. We've long since believed that the Philippines is really the epicenter of Web3 innovation and the metaverse and play-to-earn gaming and all of these new concepts. And now we can finally prove it. The world is here. The world has come to the Philippines for the first time. What we're trying to do here is trying to create this melting pot of both overseas talent and local talent so they can all kind of, just be mashed in together and meet, throw around some ideas and learn from each other. If you wanted to learn about Web3, you should be learning it from the people who are building it, who were actually there when it started, who are actually the ones kind of putting this all together even 3 or 4 years ago. The Philippine Web3 Festival is where to do that. phweb3festival.com is where you buy tickets, or you can just rock up to Marquee Events Place here in BGC and buy tickets right at the front. We really hope to see you there.
Today, it will be all about expanding the ecosystem. So we will learn more about infrastructure and funding needed to grow the Web3 industry in the Philippines, and maybe how you can access it. And at the end of the day, we will focus more on onboarding more people so we can further grow our community, and we'll also discuss esports in the world of Web3. And for our last day, it will be all about creators and gaming in Web3 with a very special session by none other than Apple the App of the Black Eyed Peas to start the day. And we end with the day with exploring many of the hottest Web3 games that are engaging the Filipino community. We have a lot of them there at our exhibitors area, so go check them out as well.
And on Friday, if you still have the energy, and I hope you do, I know you do because you managed to survive past day one, we are also doing the finals for the Axie Open Manila tournament, the Philippines' largest Web3 gaming tournament ever. There's going to be nearly 7 million pesos in prizes. That is happening in Circuit Manila, Circuit Makati. Sorry. And also, if you wanted to register, there is still a way for you to join that tournament. If you walk in today at 4 p.m., we are still going to accept some walk-in registrants. So tell your friends if you've got some, competitive Axie players amongst your friends and stuff like that. Please do let them know. And yeah, hope to see you there too.
The Philippine Web3 Festival would not be possible without our sponsors, our co-presenters, GCash, our official wallet partner, Globe, our official telco and connectivity partner, Metaverse Go, our games and discovery platform partner, our title sponsors, Binance, our official Web3 partner, our platinum sponsors, Polygon, Huawei, our official cloud partner, and Angkas, our official transport partner. Just use their code and you'll get free rides up until the end of the week.
Yeah, awesome. And our gold sponsors include, I'm going to try to do this in one breath this time, Xpla, Medicare, Genesis Universe, Playground Zero, Afante Studios, Crypto Unicorns, MetaClash, Mix Marvel, Play Mining, BNB Chain, Mod House, Farcana, Civitas, Binary X, OKC. I almost did it in one breath that time. I'm going to keep trying to do this, guys. I'm going to get better at it. And yeah, I think we're ready for the rest of day two.
And apparently Luis can join Apple the App, so you can took that in one breath. So let's start day two, and without further ado, welcome to the Philippine Web3 Festival.
Thank you. See you again soon. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you, Luis and Jen. And to kickstart the day two of our Philippine Web3 Festival, we would like to call on our first keynote speaker, Neil Trinidad from Globe, to tell us about the defining the Web3 ecosystem.
Morning. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Neil. I'm the VP and Head of New Business in GCash, and I look after GCrypto. At GCash, We believe in the power and the potential of the Web3 ecosystem in the Philippines. And we believe that we have a role to play. As a #1 e-wallet in the country, we believe that our role is in helping accelerate adoption, helping drive education at scale, and in helping grow trust throughout the ecosystem. We've been amazed at the growth of the Web3 ecosystem in the Philippines, and the numbers speak for themselves. We see that crypto awareness has been growing in the country. Sorry, next, okay, sorry. There. We've seen around 74% crypto awareness in 2021 from a recent study done, and that just continues to grow. There's around 16% adoption of cryptocurrency as of 2022, and that really shows us there's huge demand and potential in this space. We've also been amazed to see that there's around 11 million Filipinos today that have an access or own a form of cryptocurrency, and that's staggering. If you look at the numbers earlier this year, that number was around 4.5 million. So in the span of less than a year, we've seen that adoption has actually been doubling. And we envision that this number will only continue to grow as more and more Filipinos gain access, as more and more education becomes widespread and wide scale, and as more people discover the true utility of owning cryptocurrency. And that's why we find it so exciting. At Gcash, we believe in the power and potential of Web3. And it's evident in the growth of NFT gaming, or play-to-earn gaming, which has really revolutionized sort of the industry in the country, helping drive access, and we're amazed at the work done by our partners, YGG, our friends at Axie Infinity, in really showing that cryptocurrency can reach consumers and users all across the country and all through socioeconomic classes. And we've seen that 1 out of 4 Filipinos today play NFT games, one of the highest worldwide. And what's exciting about this is we continue to see new players in this space, like our partners Metaverse Go, and the power and the potential of Filipino creative ingenuity with the rise of more NFT gaming studios, like Anito Legends, which are starting in the Philippines and are ready for global recognition and access. What I'm most excited about is really the space in NFT art. We've seen over the pandemic that the art industry has really grown in both traditional art and the emergence of NFT artists, creators, galleries, and communities. And we believe that this is a space that is perfect for the Philippines. With our natural creative talent, we've seen the potential of artists entering the space, like Migs Antonio's Distort Monsters that launched several NFT collections, Bjorn Calleja or Jopet Arias, who were here yesterday, as well as the rise of new art galleries that are specializing in NFTs, Gallery Paloma, Vinyl on Vinyl, Meet Space, and many more. And of course, our partners in Lekha, which are now really growing their NFT marketplace. There's so much potential in proving and showing the usefulness of cryptocurrency and Web3 in the country. And that's why we go back to our mission and our vision as Gcash. As the #1 fintech player and the #1 e-wallet in the country, we've really made it our mission to drive finance for all. Over the course of the pandemic, we've seen the rapid growth of users on our platform. People who are now using Gcash more than just sending money or paying bills or buying online, but are now able to open up their very first savings account, who are able to now invest for the very first time or buy insurance. And this is at the heart of what we do. We believe that the next big frontier is really in enabling the growth and penetration of Web3 and enabling access to the millions of users that we have on the platform. Today, Gcash has 69 million users on the platform. That is, thank you, 69 million. That is 83% of the adult population in the country. And that has grown 3 times since pre-pandemic. This rapid acceleration of users shows that there is a ripe audience of 69 million potential crypto or Web3 users in the country. And that's why we believe that this is a ripe opportunity and why we believe we have a right to play. We've also seen that our ecosystem has grown considerably. To date, we have over 5.2 million merchants and social sellers as part of our overall ecosystem. And that is why we're excited about the potential of connecting consumers, partners together and growing this ecosystem. We've seen that our role has really been in developing or introducing new financial services to the unbanked, the underbanked, and the banked. Today, GCash is more than a payments platform. Today, it is a super app. And what we pride ourselves in is that we've been able to develop new financial services that would otherwise have had very low penetration before. Look at savings. The Philippines continues to have a low percentage of people that have savings accounts. Over the course of the last few years, we've been able to grow that number via GSave. So the underbanked or the unbanked can now finally open up their very first bank account on GCash. Today, we're happy to share that 1 out of 5 banked Filipinos in the country own a GSave account. That's 1 out of 5, and that only happened in the last few years. We've also seen that when it comes to investments, less than 1% of Filipinos own an investment. And we've seen that through GInvest, now called GFunds, we've enabled consumers to invest in their very first funds, whether globally or locally. And today, 77% of unit investment trust funds, or UITFs, are on GInvest. And last, the Philippines remains to be a heavily underinsured country, around 2% penetration of insurance. But via GInsure, we've now been able to create a marketplace with over 14 partners and over 24 different products that are now giving access for people to buy their very first insurance policy. And to date, 1 out of 3 life non-VUL insurance policies are from GInsure. So that's what we do. The core of what we do as a platform is to enable financial inclusion, to introduce new financial services, and to provide access. And together, with our 70 million users, we hope to widen the base of cryptocurrency and Web3 users. That's why we're very excited, and we've been saying this for a while now, we are very excited to launch GCrypto, the easy crypto, coming very soon. So our booth is outside, please check it out. We've seen that with crypto, despite the massive awareness and interest, there remain to be barriers to use. Crypto at the end of the day is very difficult to use, especially if you're a crypto-curious new user. It's complicated and hard to understand. And let's face it, the industry today is ripe with mistrust. And that's why through GCrypto and our partners, we hope to build this ecosystem by helping build trust, by making it easy to use and even easier to understand. That's why with GCrypto, we aim to grow the Web3 ecosystem via products, partnerships, and market education. First, education. We are going to be working with the likes of Bitskwela, an edutech platform, to drive education via easy-to-learn modules, done in different dialects all throughout the country. There's demand for crypto. We want to reach our audiences where they are. We're also going to be partnering with play-to-earn players as well as NFT artists, creators, art galleries, and communities. We're very happy to start our partnerships with the likes of Metaverse Go, where we're developing even more new use cases with them. Our partnership with YGG to really support the communities that continue to grow and the guilds in the country, as well as now helping incubate the rising space of NFT artists and creators. We're happy to launch very soon a partnership with Vinyl on Vinyl, a popular art gallery, as well as an upcoming partnership with Lika and Metaverse Go, and continue to work with the rising Filipino artists that have global, potential to really do well, like the likes of Terrence and Super Ordinary Friends, which, by the way, you can get pre-sales outside at our booth. Now, growing the ecosystem can only happen when you work with different partners. And that's why GCrypto is proud to work with the likes of PIDAX, to power our new cryptocurrency exchange, as well as with the likes of Metaverse Go, Likha, YGG, Vinyl and Vinyl, and many more. At the end of the day, we believe that Web3 is the future, and the Philippines shows great potential of being able to show the world how crypto and Web3 can indeed be useful, and how it can indeed be productive. And we want to play our part in helping enable this community and ecosystem. And with that, I just want to invite all of you. Let's grow the Web3 ecosystem together. Gcash and GCrypto is here so that we can grow Web3 in the Philippines. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Neil Trinidad of Gcash, for that informative presentation. Before we proceed with our next segment, we would like to encourage everyone to post on your socials. Get a chance to win 15,000 pesos worth of Gcash voucher and a YGG merch box by posting on your Facebook or Instagram Reels using our hashtag PHWeb3Fest. The best one, once again, will be winning 15,000 pesos worth of Gcash voucher. So post away. And now to talk about artificial intelligence applications in Web3 games, let us all welcome on stage Chief Scientific Officer of Farcana, Dr. Dmitry Mihailov.
Hi, I have nothing to do with gaming or Web 3.0. I'm a scientist, and a few words about myself. Yes, my name is Dmitry, and okay, great. And I'm a researcher and associate professor at National University of Singapore. It's my daytime job, but my passion is Farcana. Farcana is a gaming project. Basically, it's a AAA metaverse where you can go kill each other to win a Bitcoin. Again, nothing to do with science, except that it's a wonderful game with multiple players and everybody wants to play, to enjoy the game, and to win the Bitcoin award. And I ended up working in this company, the side of University of Singapore, because it's the greatest lab in the world. And I'm 100% sure that in the future, games will be labs, researcher labs. And this started with this publication in the Nature. Nature, as you know, is the most famous scientific journal in the world. So a couple of years ago, it came up with this fantastic article by Adam Gazzaley called Game Changer, where a scientist from the United States says that in the future, hospitals, healthcare, mental health care, the first level of this will be happening in the games. That's how I got excited and started to understand what's gaming world. And the first thing you see as a scientist, as a big data AI scientist, and I'm PhD in big data and AI, I was doing it all my life, it's the number of players, number of data, amount of data that you can see in the game. People play all over the world. So if you want to have access to information about players in Philippines, States, Europe, you just have to connect yourself as a lab to the game and start collecting this data. That's how we built Farcana Labs. Farcana Labs is the division in Farcana that's actually in charge of looking for big data and what players do in the game. And today I'll show you a couple of examples of what you can do being a scientist in the game industry. So that all started with us studying what players do in the game and creating their digital profiles. And there is no enough data if you just play the game. So we decided to develop a couple of items around it. I'll show you several of them, like this, for example, today. And this helped us to collect even more data from players. And we started to analyze. Basically, the first start was just to analyze how you feel about the game with a frontal camera, understanding your emotions, pretty simple. Then we introduced our ring, very famous ring by a Finnish company that actually allow you to put it on the finger and read your emotions during the game, before the game and after the game, during your sleep as well, so we can understand how you react on the gaming process. Then we came up with this glove that actually controls your fingers and your arms, so you can play the game not only with the mouse, but actually shooting and throwing something, and we grab what you feel and how you do that. And of course, the helmet. I'll speak about it later in a few words, but this this device can actually read your emotions, again, during the game. And what's nice about the game is a controlled environment. That means that we know what you see, we measure what you do, and we can actually influence you and understand your reactions, where they come from. So in Farkan, and you can see it in our stand, we developed special map where you can play being a donor. Basically, you just play the game, normal process, fun, you can win a Bitcoin, but at the same time, you become a donor. Of course, you have to sign all appropriate forms, and we save the data in a Web 3.0 manner. It's also quite important. It's not going to any corporation. It's stored on blockchain, and you own the data. You know who will get access to this data. You know what's going on with this data. It's a completely different approach, Web 3.0 approach, in the game. And we collected a lot of data. The project is based in Dubai, in Emirates, and we had to rent a big data center to collect all this data. And then we started to think, so what we can do with that? How we can improve the game, and how we can improve mental health, healthcare, biotech, how it can be useful for everything. We started with seminars in the National University of Singapore, and we were quite excited that doctors, researchers were really fans of the data we gathered and started to join the project. So the first thing we explored were emotions of the players during the game. We started to collect data with these helmets, different type of helmets, different place, different grounds, and came up with a very simple feature for the gamers that they really enjoy nowadays. Now in the game, you can see emotions of players playing in the helmets, even you are distributed all over the world, but for example, in this picture, the red guy is afraid, the blue guy is really confident that he's going to kill somebody, the green guy is excited. So you can see emotions of your team players who are sitting in different places of the world, transmitting emotions in the game. The first introduction we did. The second one was this device. It's a prototype, also ready, patented. It's a Farkana mouse. It's a mouse with multiple sensors, speed sensor, pulse sensor. So when you play the game, we measure what's happening with you, what's happening with your emotions. And because of this, you can see this small heart in the right corner of the game, and this heart depicts your pulse. It's quite important for a reason. There is an emotional state that all professional players know. It's called tilt. Tilt is when you are so emotional in the game, you play so hard and you start being tired, but you cannot self-diagnostic in this case. You simply don't understand that you lose because you don't see some parts of the screen. It's emotional state, everybody knows it. Big players lose big money, but moreover, traders lose big money, and they all need this tool. So far it's done with people or coaches, professional coaches, who try to diagnostic if you are in tilt mode, so you stop trading or stop playing. In our case, it's done with the mouse. So it became a very nice device, educated on thousands of gigabytes of players' data from Farkana game. The glove I'm wearing, it's a very nice device with multiple sensors. You can play in the game, as I mentioned, and with VR. All the sensors allow to track all your fingers. Quite fun for the gamers, but also a super tool to make this glove the most sensitive glove in the world, I would say, because again of the big data that we collected to make this glove work. And AI module here that knows what you are doing, adapting for you, for your particular mood, because we all are different, right? So we came to Duke NUS, researchers, that's a big medical school in Singapore, and they were excited because what they lack in their rehabilitation programs for those who had strokes was big amount of data to educate this one to be used for rehabilitation and to tracking how good you are in your rehabilitation process after the stroke. What the scientists were missing, big data, because try to collect big data in a hospital, you have to fill like tons of papers. People are very reluctant to give their data to anybody. They really worry where it goes. But gamers are first adopters. They want to change something in the world. They have cryptocurrency. They want to be donors. And it's very easy not only to get data, but also to get funding, because you can ask for donations. And it's incredible. People can change the world by playing the game. We went further, and this is what we didn't expect to come. Speaking with scientists, we understood that there is a big research in Germany in DNA. It's a very, very famous center for studying of brain disease. And researchers there published a very, very good article called Virtual Reality Maze that could detect Alzheimer's disease decades before onset. That means, basically, that if you put VR glasses and start going through the maze every week or every month for a year, AI can detect, and it's scientifically proved, AI can detect the possibility of you having Alzheimer or Alzheimer progress. So we also contacted these researchers and understood they don't have enough data. And we introduced maze into the game so that everybody can go through the maze and we can collect data. And in the future, to have this diagnostics of Alzheimer, preliminary screening, but still. So in the game, you can go through this maze. There is a computer algorithm that change this maze every week so that we can trace your brain, your activity, how you have this spatial memory, and how it's changing. So Alzheimer also can be part of this game thing. Anxiety. Mental health problem is a huge problem, but we contacted this great researchers from the States who made a book on anxiety and how virtual reality can fight anxiety and detect anxiety. Again, nobody goes to psychologist, psycho every week, every day, but everybody plays a game every day. And that's the amount of information that's really needed by doctors to understand what's happening with your mental health and how you can, they can actually track it without you going to psycho. It's important because most people don't want to go there, and at the same time, we can see that this market is growing, and it's almost $200 billion, almost same size as the game itself. So fine motor skills. Before Farcana made this big gaming AAA project that you can, again, play in our stand, it started with a small mobile game. And we collected about 40,000 players playing this small Farcana. Basically, it's a very simple game where you have to run through something like a maze and win a Bitcoin, a small fraction of Bitcoin, actually. And we also collected big data, and we started to think what to do with this. And all mommies in this room, I guess, know that their children, fine motor skills is very important to develop fine motor skills for the kids, right? And surprisingly enough, NASA thinks the same. They also research on fine motor skills of astronauts. So we started to research fine motor skills of players playing the game, and we found that from this you can extract a lot of data, like anxiety level, certain problems with health, your progress in the game itself, and your status with, from the healthcare perspective. And final, but I think most exciting, is this one. It's a helmet that I also already mentioned for emotion detection. We also started to collect data from your face on how you play and what you like about the game. And we developed this special module called Coach. Basically, we create digital twins, so-called digital twin of famous players, of how they play the game, Counter-Strike or any other game. And their digital twin is starting to educate newbies who are coming to the game how to play. Before it was done manually, big players didn't have time for everybody. Now it's done with AI. And sound. We significantly improved sound in the game, mostly because before we had this all mono, stereo, 5.1, 3D audio ambionics type of sounds. But what was missing? These sounds were not customized. So we improved the sound system, and now by collecting data from all the devices, we started to customize sound for you, because we have different emotional state during the game, before the game. We have different preferences, and we started to put this sound into the prototype of Farcana headphones. So it will be an amazing tool, because putting these headphones, you can actually hear to your own track during watching a movie that will be customized for you based on your, again, preferences and emotional states. So what's next? We patented most of the devices. We published a lot of articles on this based on the big data we collected. And I want to underline that everything I said is just not just ideas. It's already published in the peer-reviewed journals that are publicly available based on the data we collected. We patented quite a lot of this stuff. And now we are looking for, and this project became quite famous in Dubai, in the Emirates, where it's actually set up. We got a lot of interest from the press. And now we are looking for more games to come, to use the devices, for more players to come to donate their data, for more universities to join this movement of scientists being involved in the gaming process. And we also push the Web 3.0 manner of cooperation, because only Web 3.0 manner can allow this data to be publicly available and not belong to any of the big corporations who now use it for any reason. Now, in this case, we can really make a difference, donate our data, donate our money for researchers to make progress on the publicly available domain. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dimitri, for that very interesting presentation. The crypto industry in 2022 was marred by news of some very large hacks. Chin Gandia of Emphasis helps us understand what has happened and what steps can be taken to prevent them. Joining Chin is Lauren Lance of Breadcrumbs app, Jarno Latikainen of Chainalysis, and John Cattrall of the ASEAN Web3 Lead Solutions Architect.
Hey guys.
All right.
Sit down. Good morning, everyone. All right. I hope you guys are comfortable in your seats and you guys have drank your coffee if you drink coffee. I hope the caffeine is already kicking in as well, because this panel is a very interesting one, especially with the recent events. We're going to talk about crypto security. So I'd like to introduce myself formally. I'm Chin Gandia from Emphasis. We're an investment and advisory firm. I'll introduce our speakers as well. So we have Lauren Lance from Breadcrumbs. We also we also have Jarno Latikainen from Chainalysis, and then we also have John Cattrall from Amazon Web Services.
Good morning, everyone.
All right. So we only have a 20-minute panel, and I really want to get their thoughts when it comes to crypto security. So this year has been very challenging in the crypto space. There's a lot of hacks and security exploits that happened. And it kind of became a normal thing to see on crypto Twitter or on media publications that there's million-dollar hacks happening. Like, not really every day, but like every week or like during the course of the year. So what do you make out of that? Like, what is the challenge here? What do you see happening in the industry as it grows? So perhaps we can start with Jarno.
Yeah, sure. We are seeing lots of innovations in the space, and with innovation, usually companies are getting a little bit ahead of themselves, sometimes not caring too much about security if their other goals are met. So that's one thing. Focusing more on internal processes like wallet structures, making it safe also internally, all the auditing processes internally, those things needs to be thought also. So usually the companies goes tech first, but the security should be right there, not just technical security, but also financial security, internally and externally.
Right. I'd love to hear from Lauren as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is all part of the innovation process. You know, the exact same thing happens with the internet 20 years ago, with all the credit cards, you know, being stolen, and it's just the nature of innovation. And to be honest, like, the biggest vulnerability in crypto right now with all these hacks and scams is actually people. You know, people are the biggest weakness. And so people adopting how to use the technology, how to protect themselves, there's a learning curve there, and that's the biggest vulnerability right now.
All right, I'd love to hear from John.
Yeah, so I think I can echo what's already been said. I work with a lot of startups, especially around this region, and obviously, you know, there's a lot of drive to innovate quickly. Obviously, security is not always the key focus. But obviously, as we sort of mature and technology companies start to mature, the whole industry is maturing. We're starting to see, better processes in place. We're starting to see a bit more regulation. So, yeah, it's evolving, and it's starting to evolve quite quickly also.
All right. I'd like to address the elephant in the room, which is the recent happenings with FTX. I'd love to hear from Lauren and also from Yarno about this. So there was a alleged hack that happened as well, and they filed for bankruptcy, and also there was a backdoor thing that happened that allowed them to transfer funds. What are your thoughts about this? What kind of processes and systems should founders focus on or builders should focus on when it comes to security?
I think the initial reports at the moment shows that this is more of a financial fraud kind of thing, not something that has to do with the blockchain as technology or so. I would still underline the importance of internal processes, auditing, bankruptcy protection, all those normal things to traditional finance that makes it secure. So I think this industry could learn something from there also, making it safe for the users. So making sure if something happens, if it's hack or if it's some kind of other malicious activity coming from internal side or externally, that there should be processes how to mitigate the damages. I think that's the most important lesson what we can learn at the moment.
Right, internal processes. Lauren?
Yeah, FTX is really an example of financial fraud, just like Enron, just like Bernie Madoff, just like Elizabeth Holmes from Theranos. It's the exact same mechanisms, and it's all because FTX lied about what they were doing with customer funds. That's the fundamental piece here. And the other part is, it's because the systems designed to protect us gave them too much leniency. Because FTX is on F1 cars, FTX is on the Miami Arena, Tom Brady's promoting them, and the CEO's on the cover of Forbes. Too much leniency there. By the way, Elizabeth Holmes was also on the cover of Forbes. So I actually think this is great for Web3. This validates why we need Web3. Because with Web3, all the transactions are transparent, right? Blockchains don't lie. Smart contracts can't lie. So, it's not like Uniswap is going to be misappropriating customer funds. So I think that's one of the outcomes of this. As an industry as a whole, it sets us back. It puts a bad reputation on us. But I don't see it's because of crypto. It's because of one bad actor.
All right. And I want to move on to discussing the common issue or the common topic in crypto or blockchain, centralized or decentralized projects. There's a lot of hacks that happens in security exploits. Can you share your thoughts with your experiences with centralized platforms and decentralized platforms when it comes to security and protection? Maybe we can start with John.
Yes. So if we're talking about CeFi versus DeFi, obviously CeFi, the pros and cons, apply to both. So with the issue with CeFi, and also the best thing about CeFi is that the best thing about DeFi and the worst thing about DeFi is you actually hold your private keys. So it's great because you have complete ownership there, but the issue is obviously there's nobody to call if it goes wrong. So it's maybe for early adopters, and people that have maybe more advanced knowledge, the right way to go. We're also seeing, right now there's no real on-ramp into crypto from fiat with DeFi, at least, and that's maybe something that will come in the future. But yeah, on the specifics of, hacks on CeFi, obviously, as we've seen, not all of these are, related to the technology, but maybe more related to the people and process. I'll pass that on.
Yeah, thank you. I think the difference between CeFi and DeFi, of course, is throughout the custodial services. So when you're using custodial services, centralized exchanges, you need to trust to them. But then if you're using DeFi, that trust you need to be filling. You need to be sure that whatever you do, you are secure of what you do. So then the main thing is to understand the technology. So with CeFi, it's more like user can, there are players in the industry that they can still rely on this. But the main thing is that they need to give the trust away. And then the DeFi, they need to know enough to be able to have that trust element out from the third parties. I think that's the main difference here. User needs to be more acknowledged on all the information on space than like basic user using centralized exchanges.
Right. Lauren?
Yeah, I mean, most of the points are covered here, but an additional point is really most people still use CeFi because it's convenience. You know, and you can connect your fiat, you can connect your US dollars to CeFi. You can't really connect your bank account to Uniswap, to like something decentralized. And it's also just much more convenient, easier to use. You need a certain level of technical expertise to use DeFi, decentralized finance. So in terms of security, yeah, it's on point there.
All right. I'd love to ask about like when you deal with projects, like for example with Yarno, you've seen a bunch of projects already with Chainalysis and investigated a lot of like hacks and like exploits. What are the common like red flags or problems that these protocols or these projects encounter that you can share to the audience?
I think the main thing is that quite many of them has already concentrated on the technical aspects of how can we get hacked. They understand the mechanism of how they can get hacked, but in many cases, like where we are involved, we've also seen that when that hack actually happens, they have no idea what to do. So there's no planning after the actual hack happens. So I think the first thing would be to maybe tell to yourself, it's not what if, it's when. So if you then plan accordingly, knowing that at some point you might get hacked, then when the actual event goes, then you have something to rely on. You have some kind of plan, first steps or responses to do. First of all, to mitigate the damages, save your customer funds, and try to get back operational as fast as possible. I think that's the main thing.
Right. So focusing on the internal processes, like what will we do in case we get hacked?
Absolutely. Like understanding that no matter how strong we are technically, someone might still hack us. And when that happens, is our ecosystem, internal ecosystem for financial side and technical side compartment in a way that if something is exploited, it won't spread to the whole platform.
Right. Thanks so much for that. Maybe Lauren can also like share.
As you mentioned, like technology is the easy part. The people is the hardest part. And it's not just externally like hackers trying to break into your system. It's internally as well. You need like proper governance to do multi-signature wallets. You need to do audits, like external audits to come and make sure like your processes are set up. That really is the biggest part of like so many hacks we've seen in the past where it's an insider, an employee who's stolen the money. It's there's just so many different aspects and so many people. And honestly, the best protection is just trying to work with people who are honest. Like, you know, stay away from like red flags and putting those kind of people within your ecosystem. That's like the biggest part of the protection is really around the people.
All right. So would you say that it's really like educating the founders, educating the community as well that plays a huge part when it comes to crypto security, making sure that they know how to protect themselves? Would you guys agree to that one? Maybe you can share as well, John.
Yeah, sure. I think, you know, just to add to what's already been mentioned, you know, obviously when you're building out systems, thinking about like limit of blast, you know, if something is compromised, you know, you can enable anomaly detection. try to automate your security. So if you're deploying smart contracts, and as part of that pipeline, have automated analysis in there, and obviously bring in external people. Like a lot of the times you have startups that try to do everything themselves, but quite often you just don't have the expertise internally. So, engage with external partners who are experts. And that would be my advice, especially when it comes to security.
All right. I wanted to ask as well, like, what is the state of crypto security, like tooling and softwares? Like, you've been here in this space for so long. How do you see it like progressing more in the future? Maybe we can start with
Concerning softwares?
tooling and softwares when it comes to crypto security.
I think at the moment, the software itself is, like said before, the blockchain technology itself and all the technicalities there, that's, on major parts, it's pretty okay. It's safe, again, if you know how to use it. 90%, like, I can't give like example, like specific numbers, but majority of the cases that we are seeing, like Lauren said, it has to do with some kind of human error when using these kind of softwares. So of course, software security is super important, but in order for that to work for the fullest capacity, you also need to educate the users. And I think, again, that's the next step we should take, I think.
All right, Lauren?
The biggest vulnerability I see in software security is actually in the developer mindset. Generally, developers right now think with the move fast and break things, mindset from Web 2.0, where it's like you can just go and build, and if something's broken, you can always just change it right away. Well, guess what? You can't do that with a smart contract. It's immutable. Once it's out there, once there's money in there, you can't change it. And so really changing that developer mindset of, no, like, let's put a lot of time and effort into auditing these smart contracts before we start putting money in it. That's a big issue I see in the industry right now, and it's really around the developer mindset.
All right. I think this can be our last question, like, especially to our audience who are like using NFTs, using DeFi, using like different blockchain and crypto like projects. What is your advice for like the consumer side? Like, how do they protect themselves when it comes to like crypto security? Perhaps we can start with Lauren, or who wants to go there?
Sure. As a consumer, the best way you can protect yourself is education. If you're using something decentralized, check to make sure their smart contracts have been audited. For anything centralized, check to make sure that they've been regulated. They have licenses. They're in jurisdictions that are legitimate, like, the US, as opposed to the Cayman Islands. These are some of the basics of it, but it really comes down to educating yourself to protect yourself.
And also understanding that, of course, we have been hearing a lot of things that crypto space, Web3, it's not just about investing, but at this point there is lots of financial value going in whatever you're doing. So in that sense, also recognizing how much you can lose, like taking account your own risks when you're using these protocols. So then you are also protecting yourself, not just relying on some protocol, making sure that you are protected. You need to be protecting yourself also by controlling the risk you put to specific platform. You never put all the eggs in the same basket, so the same thing happens here. Like, acknowledge your risk and act accordingly. I think that's the main thing here.
John?
Yeah, I think I'd just echo that obviously, most of these centralized exchanges don't have the same financial guarantees as a typical bank. So obviously, just to keep that in mind if you're keeping, large amounts of funds in there, and then to consider other options. Obviously, there are plenty of hardware wallets if you're going to keep them, store funds for a long time. You may consider, as again, spreading out across multiple exchanges. So.
All right. So you guys have spoken a lot about like internal processes, like focusing on the founders and the team as well, because crypto security, the tooling is always evolving. And I think the focus really is on like educating the consumers as well with like the risks that they are taking and how to properly assess projects that they're being involved with as well. I think that ends our panel for this morning. I hope the audience has gathered really good insights when it comes to like protecting themselves and like looking at projects, really like making sure that they know what they're doing before they get into something. But yeah, I'd like to thank you guys for this panel. I think that's it. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chin, Lorne, Yarno, and John. And now it's time for a fireside discussion. To talk about simplifying the pathway to the metaverse, let us welcome Nathan Smale of Emphasis. Joining him are Ash Mandhyan from Metaverse Go and Crisela Magbayo Cervantes of Globe. This fireside will talk about how they are working together to simplify the pathway to the metaverse for Filipinos.
Out of this universe gaming? Posible to. Access to games and guilds? Posible to. Mint, get, and collect NFTs? Posible to. Metaverse Go credits in the real world? Posible to. With Globe and Metaverse Go, so much is possible. Atin ang Metaverse, atin ang mundo.
Hi, welcome. So I'm Nathan, Director of Emphasis. We're an investment advisory firm specializing in Web3 and emerging markets. And I say that as full disclosure, I am an investor in Metaverse Go. So you can expect this to be a fairly fluffy panel.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be asking too many challenging questions. The flip side of that is I did actually formerly work at Australia's largest telco. So I might be biased in the opposite direction for that one. So I guess for a little bit of context, I came here to the Philippines in 2018. And my first experience was actually signing up for Globe. And I think at that stage, I had to move some crypto through CoinsPH into Gcash, into Globe. So it's great to actually have both of you here today. It's bringing kind of my first experience of Philippine telco and fintech into my love of metaverse. So I guess to open, we're lucky enough to have Crisela from Globe and Ash from Metaverse Go. And Crisela, I'd like to start with you as someone who works at a telco. If I've got problems with my Globe bill, do I contact you? Is that the go-to?
We always make sure that customers go first. So, but before I answer that question, very important question, I just want to say good morning to everyone. I think it's incredible to be here.
Yeah.
And I feel underdressed. I did not get the memo, but you're certainly more Filipino today than I guess we are. Certainly not Ash. But it's incredible to be with so many people from all parts of the world coming here. So I think a big round of applause to the organizers as well. Yes, so I think it's interesting you talk about Globe as a telco because traditionally that's how people know us, and that is kind of the core of who we are, of how we started our business. But the history, and I guess why this is such an important space for us is because as a brand we really believe in serving our customers' needs, right, and enriching their lives. So while in the, I think, first day, they talked about the history of Web 1, Web 2, and now Web 3, so much of that was also shaped by Globe. So we became the social media capital of the world because we were the first to make Facebook free in the Philippines, right? We were also the first ones to bring Netflix, HBO Go, all of these partners, and soon Disney+. So it's really kind of in the spirit of serving our customers and, how do we make their lives more exciting? How do we make things more useful for them? And I guess it summed up really well by a conversation I had with someone recently who, was a stranger, and he said, "Oh, you work in Globe." I was expecting he was going to ask me the same question that you did, but luckily it was different. He said, "Oh, ano ang bago?" Ano ang bago for foreigners means what is new?
Right.
Because I think in the minds of Filipinos, Globe is that brand. It's that brand that brings them new experiences, exciting things in their lives, of what is possible. So that is the long answer to your short question in terms of why this is an important space for Globe to play in.
Awesome. And as one of those kind of new areas that we're exploring and kind of bringing to the people, would you like to give a quick overview on what Metaverse Go is, Ash?
Awesome. Yeah, so Metaverse Go is a discovery platform in its essence. What it does is it simplifies users' onboarding into the whole Web3 experience. So we make it, and that's why there's a telco partnership, is you discover, you create an account using a mobile number, and on the platform, you are provided with curated games, curated assets that you could use in the games, and connection or connectivity with a community that can support the whole gaming, earning, or the whole understanding and learning experience that you need to go through to understand the shifts in technology and how you as individuals could adopt. So we're basically creating that little bridge. Technology moves very fast. Human adoption needs to catch up, and Metaverse Go would be the bridge for that adoption.
Wonderful. Now, I guess a deeper question is, why does that matter? Like when you're looking at a typical prepaid Globe customer, a young Filipino, why is access to the metaverse such an important aspect?
Well, it kind of ties into why is access to education important. And to the point that Chrisella had earlier, right? People are looking to discover, people are looking to learn and what's new. And that's why the partnership actually works, because we're here to actually provide what's new in an environment that sort of safeguards a little bit, in a way that your community helps validate what is good to work into, what is good to learn, and the community helps you learn. So from our standpoint, if I were to look at why it's so important, is the future of the Philippine economy. Like, my level of certainty that Web3 is going to pivot and change the world is probably similar to a lot of the successful Web2 companies back in 1995, where Netscape was the idea of internet, and you have them hanging on through an idea of maybe Y2K happening and people thinking we have to quit this because the world's going to end. And that's similar to how we're feeling nowadays. Every day there's that little threat, little sound, but there's a level of certainty that the future will be reliant on this technology, and we have to enable the community, the Filipinos, and the world to learn.
Awesome. Yeah, I honestly didn't think we were going to make it past Y2K.
Yeah.
I really didn't. Chriselle, I wanted to touch on that because it's, there is the aspect of, opening up the metaverse, but you guys have actually also released NFTs through the platform. Can you tell us a little bit about that and what they actually unlock for customers?
Yep, that's right. So one of the things that we like about working with partners, especially Metaverse Go, is that it makes it accessible to people, right? So if you're a prepaid subscriber, you instantly get access to 1 gig worth of Metaverse Go, and that means you can sign up to guilds, but you also have access to NFTs. So recently, again, because our focus is really on our subscribers and our customers, every 917, which is a play on our prefix, we celebrate our customers by rewarding them with experiences. And we felt like this year, how do we make it different and how do we make it more engaging? So we collaborated on making a limited edition NFT of Goody, who is a special character we created, a play on Globe Day, or Goody, Good Day. And it was sold out in 24 hours. But what was interesting about it was there was a utility attached to it. And if you got it as a subscriber, you could join our music festival, get exclusive access to some of the booths there, which we thought we would try, and we saw that the uptake was really incredible. In 24 hours, it was gone. So I think those are the things that we try and work on with partners. Again, coming from how will this make our subscribers' lives better, right? How do we make it more exciting? How can a music fest be more interesting? Working with partners like Metaverse Go, and by doing that, they get their first experience of what an NFT is for. What is different about an NFT versus just a regular, whatever ticket that you might get.
Right.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So that's very much focused on the customer side of things, but we've got a lot of builders in the audience. And having come from a telco myself, I really want to know, how did you get this business case through? Like, I can only imagine going into the boardroom going, so guys, NFTs, metaverse, and just a series of blank faces. But you've pushed through. How did you do it? How can we do this?
Yeah, I think we're lucky because, as we were talking about earlier, the history of the business or the brand has really been tied to technology, but in meaningful ways, right? So again, our focus, I hate to say this again, but our focus is solving pain points, right? So if we have a solution that solves specific pain points, or there is an opportunity to enrich lives of consumers, we're very supportive. You know, it's obviously, I'm not going to get to the nitty-gritties of how it was presented and all of that, but I guess the intent is aligned, and that is what makes it possible, as what was shown earlier. Obviously, like the putting things together and operationalizing, that's another story, and that's probably what you were referring to as well when you made that comment. And as you know, there's a lot of like testing involved, a lot of integration. So I think for the investors, you should know Ash did put in a lot of hard work. So
Thank you.
that was like a very subtle way of saying it.
I can only imagine how much effort it goes into. I've tried through zero rating content before and tying into the billing systems. They are not, I think Lorne said in the last one, it's not run fast and break things in this world.
not.
How did you go balancing that innovation and structure?
So maybe let me take a step back. In terms of the partnership first, right? The selection of the partnership with Globe was essential because of their mantra to be customer first. That changed the way we approach the discussion, right? We looked into, are the customers gonna like this? How do we bring this solution? How do we bring gaming to the next level? Once that was aligned, right? Then even if it was tough, which was good, and I'll get to why that was good actually, the feedback that they could provide as we were conceptualizing how to get this to the market, how to resonate with the consumers. They had years of experience communicating with gamers through mobile data. So building out that offer was already something that they helped build out. So at that stage, finalizing that concept, it was collaborative. So by the time we were pitching it internally, it had their internal speak already baked into the plan. The next thing is, because they're a very large established business, it was, to your point, it's not move fast, break things. It was move fast, make sure you have the brakes necessary in case you need to. So from an automotive metaphor, a lot of the things around Web3 and why we're seeing crashes, basically, is there's a lot of speed necessary. And as you enlarge or improve the engine, and I'll use the metaphor again, I think the change that blockchain brings is a change in the whole engine of the whole system. But you have to work with businesses that have been around, who know the risk involved, and demand that you have the security necessary to make it road safe. So from that metaphor, getting that all done probably made us a little slower than some of the Web3 projects, but makes us a lot more sturdier as a solution offered to the market. And that's why I think it was perfect, in spite of the background checks, the system checks. At the end of the day, we are a lot more confident as we start interacting with the customer base.
Look, I'm all for a little bit of extra due diligence in our industry at the moment. Is well worth it. We want to take products to market that are rock solid, and I think that's good. And I will actually just say, Chriselle, an amazing job from Globe, going down the path of the open metaverse. I think it's very easy for brands to go, oh, we're going to do it. We should, guard wall. So as someone who's a passionate believer in the open metaverse, thank you for going down this path. Yep. Is that something, we're sort of at the very early stages, what's possible when you look at the opportunity ahead, what's possible for Metaverse and Globe?
Oh, we're just beginning. We just launched, a month ago, 2 months ago. I think, as what you were saying earlier, the possibilities are endless, right? And you look at the pain points of Filipinos across whether it's health, finance, gaming, education, Web3 as a technology, I think that's where the opportunity is, right? So there are so many use cases that we can explore with partners like Metaverse Go, and I think that's the challenge that we have now is making sure we're not thinking of the technology per se, but really thinking about what are the real use cases for consumers, and also not fixating too much on one use case. Right? And obviously there are very obvious like crypto as a use case, virtual worlds as a use case, but it's a much wider spectrum, and I think we're just beginning to see the different applications. And so our focus is really looking at how this technology can help everyday pain points when it comes to education, health, finance, and wellness. And our sister company, Gcash, has already spoken about how we are tapping that in terms of financial democratization for everyone here in the Philippines. So yeah, it's definitely something we are building together, and again, trying to solve everyday pain points with the technology.
Nice. Now, before I get to your kind of future plans and what's possible, Ash, I'm quite interested to know, we've seen so much adoption here in the Philippines. Do you actually find that you've got many other global telco players really looking at what you're doing and kind of going, wow, A, can I do it? And B, where do I get the users? Because the Filipinos are so hungry for this.
Yeah, no, it's so interesting. We participated at a conference recently in Thailand, and I think a lot of the telcos there were quite surprised about the things we have already started in the Philippines. Because we had use cases with, we have VH Metaverse, which is kind of like our semi-immersive platform that we also use for employee onboarding. We have, Metaverse Go in terms of gaming and how we use our rewards to convert to crypto as well. So these are all like first in market, but we realized when we were discussing with other regional telco players that these were all new to them. And so I think we really have the potential in this market because of the adoption, the just natural curiosity of Filipinos, I think. Like when you look at our food, that's already an indication of how we are very curious as a culture. Like we really absorb anything that's kind of new. And I guess it goes with technology. So that curiosity plus, I think yesterday somebody spoke about our network, right? The community aspect is really, I think, what really drives adoption very quickly. So we're happy to see that a lot of the firsts we're doing in this market is actually being looked upon by other telcos as well in the region in terms of applications.
Awesome. It's so good to see the Philippines really being a global focus, which is a lot of what we're here to celebrate this week. But as a global focus, Ash, what's next for Metaverse Go? We taking over the globe? No pun intended. Taking over the world? Is it more features? Where do you see the evolution?
So I think the first part is proof of concept and traction here in the Philippines. We're starting to get that. And the idea there, and as maybe Christella mentioned earlier, other markets look to Globe. So from a telco standpoint, even in previous roles that I had, right, working with Meta before, I'm now at Metaverse Go, they partnered with Globe to test the free Facebook program before it got replicated in other markets. So other telcos looked to the innovation, the proof case, and they're a nice second follower. We would love to explore that, but having a case study with Globe, having ideated it and kind of tested it to the point of polishing it out with a Filipino community base, which is highly engaged in terms of communication, highly engaged in terms of gaming, gives us that sense of it's road tested. When we bring it to your market, um, it's already good for mass adoption, and that makes it easier for other telcos to just say, okay, let's replicate what Globe does. And still, Globe's been a leader and a very fast mover in the telco industry globally.
Definitely. Now, we've only got a couple minutes left. If I'm out there, how do I get involved? What's the first step to getting into Metaverse Go?
Well, visit the app, of course. Sign up. Step one is get a Globe SIM card.
There you go. Thank you.
Get a Globe SIM card if you're not on one. Then once you sign up, you have access to, one, discovering our platform is zero rated by Globe. That means in the Philippines, where we're micro gig economies and we're managing data access from a day-to-day basis, accessing Metaverse Go is free. The next thing is the games on Metaverse Go. If you have a Globe SIM card, also run for free with the gig or 1 gig allotment by Globe. So that makes you have the capability to select which games you'd like to try out. It gives you the capability to apply for a scholarship or a rental of an asset to play with. So test it out. We're constantly improving on the app. Sign up today, and then if you can, once you have your Globe SIM card, also get a Globe NFT because they're connecting that to a rewards platform. There's a lot that we're doing that's kind of bridging both collective art, gaming, and loyalty.
Awesome. Ash, Chrisella, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for really opening the metaverse up to more and more Filipinos.
Thank you,
Awesome.
Nathan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nathan, Ash, and Chrisella of Globe. Feel free to take some photos and tweet like crazy using our hashtag PHWeb3Fest. Let's make sure we'll get it trending and show the world that the Philippines is too big to be missed. Our next keynote speaker will outline the role of the BNB chain for gaming in emerging nations. Joining us remotely, please welcome on screen Alvin Khan of BNB Chain.
Hello everyone, this is Alvin from BNB Chain. Very nice to meet all of you. Sincere apologies that I couldn't be there with you all in Manila as my family is down with COVID, but glad that I'm still able to make this keynote and happy to share whatever insights I have. So I lead the growth operations team at BNB Chain, and what we do is to build a robust ecosystem, especially in GameFi, which I'll talk about later, and also to help GameFi projects succeed, right, in terms of helping them with advisory, helping them with some of the hiring, helping them to understand how to win in this market. So I'm going to talk a little bit today about the role of BNB Chain, especially for GameFi, in relation to emerging nations. So first off, right, I'm sure all of you are very familiar with BNB Chain. We are the most active public chain with 1.2 million daily active users. So I'm just going to shift this a little. You can see here, since we started more than 2 years ago, right, there's been ups and downs, and recently in the last 2 to 3 months, our daily active users has actually been climbing, which is a good sign, right? And this is really testament to the variety and quality of the dApps that are coming onto BNB Chain. So you can see here over the last 2 months, we have actually risen from 900,000 all the way to, back to 1.2 million daily active users. And 1.2 million daily active users, that is quite a big number for public chains today, right? If you compare to most other, the other well-known public chains, they could be sitting around 300 to 400,000. And we're able to get these active users to come onto BNB Chain for various reasons, right? But one of the key ones is really gaming, right? You see at the bottom here, we have done a study before, and about 30 to 40% of these users have actually interacted with games. Right, and we use games as a very loose term here, but it could also mean like metaverse or any of the gamification apps, right? So if we go to the next slide, you can see some of the more commonly known games, either already on BNB Chain or coming up very, very soon. And you'll see here that it's not just about 1 or 2 games, but really there is a universe of different variety and genres that are already on the chain, right? You have, Superpower Squad, which is a mobile game that's coming up very soon. I think in the next 1 or 2 months. We have games that have stayed here for very long. Like in the second one, you have Mobox, which launched Momoverse a few months ago, right? And I think they've been around for 1 to 1.5 years or even more. And there's Stellar Fantasy and RPG. There are AAA studios like Netmarble coming on board with Golden Bros. There are casual games like Wham. There is shooting, which I'll talk a little bit about. This game called The Harvest, which is a AAA shooting game that's coming up. In fact, they're in open beta mode right now. And then there are metaverse events where we held our first concert on BNB Chain again a few months back. So many different types of games, right? And that appeals to different users or different geographies. And that is what we want, right? We don't just want to be, say, only a AAA game chain. We want to be representing different game genres so that we can kind of attract and appeal to different types of gamers, whether you're a casual gamer, whether you're a serious gamer. Basically, we want to provide a platform for this. Right. So how are we supporting the gaming industry, right? And we try to do it in various ways. In fact, I've just tried to summarize it into this 5, but there are probably many more that we're doing right now. The first one is really on infra setup, and I'll go through in detail for each of this. Right. And infra setup is really about trying to create an environment where it's easy for developers to develop games, right? So that you don't have to do everything from scratch. And then there is an ecosystem around gaming that we can build. So, besides playing the game, what else, what kind of the other opportunities or jobs or basically opportunities there are, right? Whether you're a streamer, you're a gamer, or you could be in supporting peripheral industries. And we will talk a little bit about esports later, right? And then it's also about us working with games to help them experiment new models. And what kind of new models, right? This could be models around tokenomics. This could be models around revenue sources. It could also be around some of the game flow designs. And then fourth is about expanding beyond gaming, right? I myself, I play some games, but I really love certain gamification of different industries or experiences. For example, I think edutainment could be very big, right? And it really is a gamification of education, if you think about it. So when we try to bring gaming or gamification into different sectors, you start to see that the whole horizon of gaming has broadened so much. And we want to start supporting this kind of new models or new experiences and depths, right? Because it is very hard to predict what will come out big next, right? We know gaming as a sector that will definitely continue to thrive and expand. But there could be certain subsectors that could be really big, and we want to try to support those. And finally, it's really all the programs that we've developed over the last 1 year to support the game developers. So I'll be touching into each of these 5. Well, first is on infra setup. So what goes into supporting a good game creation and experience? Lots and lots of things, right? As we started this thing called 360 infra review, and we do it for a lot of games as well. And as we do this, right, we start to go into the nitty-gritty details of, right, what kind of RPC service providers are you using? What kind of wallets are you using? How's the security of your wallet systems? And then we go into the onboarding experience, which I think today in most games, it is still not ideal, right? If you think about how a gamer has to marry the experience of downloading a wallet, on-ramping tokens into the wallet, and also associating that wallet and then NFTs in it to the game itself. There are certain games where you have to go through multiple hoops and steps in order to even start playing the game, right? So how do we ensure that all this infrastructure is there? How do we ensure that you could have a wallet service that provides a seamless experience for the gamer and yet is also secure? We are working with a number of projects and companies, right, to create integrations for game engines and also create SDKs where it's easier for developers to develop these games as well, right? And these games could be casual games, or it could be easily help you to integrate NFTs into the game that you've developed. And then there is also about chain infra, right? Some of you may know that we released a sidechain framework quite a few months back. And we have seen, if you haven't seen the news, you'll see some news about basically the Netmarble subsidiary actually building the games and game platform on top of the sidechain. And this allows a lot of flexibility in creating their tokenomics and also in the future expansion of the entire platform. Right, we have seen this also with MetaApes. I think the first sidechain that was developed was actually by Anchor in relation to the MetaApes game that they were doing, and that has been going on pretty well. I think they're seeing about 30 over 1,000 daily active users on the game itself. But beyond the sidechain, right? So sidechain offers one type of model of how you can operate your game platform. We also have the ZK rollup coming up, and I know a lot of games are very, very excited because with ZK, it means that you can go very fast in terms of transactions per second. The gas fees are way, way lower than what's currently on BSC or even EVM chains in general. So the type of experience that you get on ZK rollups, will be different as well. So essentially what we want to do is to offer different options for games to be able to configure, right, based on what they need. Now, the second one is really experimenting different GameFi models. So we have since established a team that works more closely with games discussing this kind of issues. What kind of tokenomics models should you be using? Asking them about revenue streams, your go syncs and go taps and so on. In fact, I think if you look at recent times, right, a lot of people are saying that there is a transition of play to earn to win to earn. There's a transition of dual tokens back to single tokens. It's funny how some of these concepts have gone one big round and coming back, but nobody knows what is the best right now. I think we're still very, very early and nascent in this industry, that it still calls for many more experimentation. And one model doesn't fit all, right? So we're trying to understand with the games itself, right, for different kinds of configurations and scenarios, what kind of tokenomics models works best, right? And also what kind of pitfalls to avoid. So you see some of this, especially revenue streams is something I talk about a lot, right? If your game, produces tokens, right, in an inflationary way, then there must be something to back up that token value, right? And we are also advising games to think about, where are you getting your revenues? Is it only from the NFT sales at the beginning? Because this may not be sustainable because it creates a vicious cycle where you need to get more and more new users to come in. So how can we get creative to get additional revenue streams? We have seen in traditional gaming where, especially for casual games, where advertising is quite a big one, right? Although, it does hurt the experience a little. But even that itself is an additional revenue stream. So what other ways can we do it? Whether it's through UGCs and so on. This is something which we are experimenting with different games on different ways to do it, and we want to see which one works. And then also there's been discussion about tokens, and does it always have to be a different game token, or could we use existing tokens like the L1 tokens or stablecoins to distribute and generate rewards? And then we go to this concept of IFOs, IDOs versus LBPs, right? Interestingly, what we've seen is because of sometimes the craze and hype that comes with IDOs and so on, we know that it attracts a lot of profiteers, right, or people who want to make money rather than the real gamers. And some of the games are telling us that they actually want to look for different ways to launch the tokens. So we recently worked with Balancer to bring what they call LBPs, liquidity bootstrapping pools, right? And with LBPs, it means that I won't go into the game mechanics, but it means a different way to launch a token, right, in a more fair price manner. And this way, right, you may actually attract more serious gamers or people who are serious about the games to come in. And this is just like one of the dimensions of what we look at, right? Basically, we want to look at every single aspect of a GameFi model, right? Whether it's the tokenomics, whether it's the GameFi product design, and we want to try to experiment because again, I think we're at a stage where we cannot be arrogant to say that one way works. We have to try. And then it's about expanding beyond gaming, right? So I mentioned about, every sector or every type of experience, you can add some form of gamification in, right? In this case, I put here an example of Hoop. The app is called Wild Cash. So they launched about 1-2 months ago, and within a few weeks, they became the #1 app in Indonesia on Google Play. So, not every day you get a #1 in Google Play itself. So what they've done is they are actually somewhat like a quiz to earn app. And I like it because it's gamification in a way. You learn about blockchain, you learn about certain stuff, and it kind of rewards you in a gamified way. And larger than the app itself, I think, if you think about the entire sector of edutainment, it's a big one, right? But today in the blockchain Web3 app space, I don't think we've seen a lot of those examples, right? There is, of course, Tiny Tab for education, but I think we're still lacking a lot of these depths and experimentation of how this can actually work with integration into Web3. So we want to support more projects like this, right, where it introduces gamification in different sectors, and I think edutainment is just one good example there. The other one, of course, is not just about playing the game, right? We're starting to see Metaverse and GameFi focusing a lot more on user-generated content. And what this means, especially for emerging nations, right, is that if you look at any sector, right, the established ones may already be established in very developed countries, but it's the ones that are developing, the nascent ones, right, where new jobs and new opportunities are created. And this is where, emerging nations actually have proven to be a lot more adaptable in jumping on these opportunities and leading the way. And so how would the creator economy work, for GameFi and Metaverse? I think for most metaverses today, we haven't seen a lot of traction, right? But there's huge promise. And I think it's just that the time hasn't come yet. But I think the time is now in terms of starting to experiment what kind of user-generated content will actually work. Same for GameFi, right? Some of them are going to creating like IGO platforms. Some of them wants to be the Steam of Web3. Some of them are going to user-generated content of how you can create different elements in the game to make it even more interesting, right, than what the game developers are building. So I think there's a whole very broad sector here, which I think we are still very early in the stage. And again, I keep saying we're very early, and this is true, right? Ask anyone out there. Games has been around for a long time, but how you integrate this kind of decentralized participation, right, with Web3 tokens and so on, there's still so much experimentation we can do. And that's what we want to do. We are not here, like BNB Chain is not here to direct and say that this is the way, this is the right tokenomics model, or this is the way to build out the GameFi sector. I think what we want to do is to encourage people to try and encourage, developers or gamers or streamers towards maybe certain directions that we see is growing well, right? And if there are new sparks that are coming up on the other end, we want to try to support those as well. Now, finally, it's definitely about supporting game developers, right? You see there are kind of two sections here. I broadly categorized them into, the first one is really about the different programs or open applications that you can go for. So at the top, you can see here, we have builder grants, right? Every month, this is a monthly program. So every month you can sign up for a builder grants program. We do award up to 10 grantees. We have the growth incentive program. We understand that some of the games actually want incentives or so-called rebates of the gas fees. And so the growth incentive program actually does that, right? We give incentives in terms of gas fee incentives for those that are growing well, especially for those games at the early stage. We have the MVB6, which is our most valuable builder season coming up. So the 6th season, if I'm not wrong, will come in December or end of this month, right? And again, it's an open application. So if you have a great idea, please go sign up for it. We have been running hackathons across different countries. And then right now, the big one is the European Innovation Incubator. That's been happening for the last 2 months, right? And we are kind of concluding and assessing through all the different applications. The one at the bottom is interesting, right? So we're starting to give different types of support based on what we hear are the needs of our GameFi devs. So for example, hiring has come up as a big challenge. And so we are creating a job board to help job matching for our GameFi dApps. We have been starting to give a lot more tokenomics advisory, especially for pre-TGE projects. I mentioned this, we have been doing Infra 360 reviews because I think a lot of GameFi projects, they may have the game building experience, right? They can build a great game, but when it comes to putting it on Web3, for example, the type of RPC nodes, the type of wallet service, the type of security and, on smart contracts, like those are the ones where we kind of introduce different parts of the ecosystem, right, in terms of Web3 infra, and help them to provide a good and safe user experience. Then there are other things like matching projects to the right advocates or influencers or even game streamers, helping them with ecosystem partnerships, running campaigns and so on. So there's a lot of support today, right? Both in terms of like monetary and open applications. But the one that I really want to focus on is, all these things at the bottom in terms of helping you to build a great team and a great game. So that's all. A very quick introduction to how we're thinking about supporting the GameFi industry and supporting emerging countries like Philippines to be on this journey as well. There's lots of support for you, right? Whether you're part of the GameFi ecosystem or the GameFi developer itself. Happy to be with you on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you for that insightful presentation, Alvin Khan. Web3 gaming guilds first gained traction and found success here in the Philippines in 2019. But much has changed since then. With that, Jen Bilango of Blockchain Space will give us a glimpse into the future of guilds, joined by global leaders, including Irene Umar of YGG Southeast Asia, Abhishek Anand of IndieGG, Akio Tanaka of YGG Japan, and Chrissy Choi of SkyGG.
Yeah, of course. GM, everyone, I am. Thank you for our esteemed guests. It's like a sub-DAO session of YGG, so these are all friendlies. As mentioned, guilds have been around for quite some time, even before Web3. But because of Web3, we saw the proliferation of these guilds, Web3 guilds, in more prominent ways than it was before. So we have here Irene, Chrissy, Abhishek, and Akio. And I'll let you quickly introduce yourself. And yeah, let's start with you, Irene.
We had a pack. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Irene. I'm from YGG Southeast Asia. I'm based off in Indonesia and hence taking care predominantly of the Indonesian market. But in the past a year, I think we have expanded to 6 other markets. I'll keep it short, yes.
Hello. My name is Christy. I'm from SkyGG, the YGG stepped out for Korea, focusing on esports, obviously from Korea. Before this, I guess, SkyGG, I've been an advisor at YGG, started a game company called AO, and before that, I ran investments at Binance.
Hey everyone, hi, this is Abhishek. I lead business at IndieGG. Effectively, what we're building is we're building the largest distribution rails for global game studios to come and build in India. We're creating micro communities. We are taking an esports first approach. So we're fundamentally sort of really building things very differently to enable Web 2 gamers to move to Web 3, have fun, engage, and do all of that.
Hi, I'm Akio Tanaka. Today I'm actually wearing multiple hats. So I'm representing YGG Japan because we co-incubated. However, to give you guys full disclosure, I'm a partner at Infinity Venture Crypto, and we are investor in all the companies here, including blockchain space. I'm super conflicted, but I'm gonna promise you that I'll give you a very frank opinion today, even though I do hope that all of us will be successful here.
He is the godfather of the stage.
So you've got to give credence to Akio every time you answer. So thank you, everyone. So we are well represented actually in different countries, right, where a lot of Web3 gaming guilds have proliferated. I think one of the key things that people are asking about guilds now is how are they differentiating themselves? Because given the current landscape, and we have here, to some extent, our affiliates, sub-DAOs of YGG. So you guys gave already like a 1 to 2 minute spiel of your particular guild. So maybe for the audience here, can you share us the differentiation for each of your particular sub-DAO? So let's start with Akio now.
Okay, so YGG, we were also investing in YGG and all of their sub-DAOs, and we think, actually, to start with our commonality, I think we are all building communities, but perhaps with a different twist. And we have people like Abhishek, where I can never beat him in the number of gamers because he's got too many. But so today I'm wearing YGG Japan hat. So what we bring is actually something very different. Unlike where YGG started here in the Philippines, Japan is not part of the developing country ecosystem. It's more mature, older gaming ecosystem. But we do have large number of casual gamers who spend money. So Japan has something like 50 million casual gamers. And in terms of gaming market, it's among the top 3 in the world, along with the US and China. But there is something that Japan is well known for. We are the #1 country in terms of ARPU. So we have a large number of users who's willing to spend money. And to just put that in a perspective, Japan's gaming spending is something like 7x of all of Southeast Asia together. So we're not trying to actually force play to earn model there because it probably won't work directly, but we are actually trying to figure out how to bring this power of all that game spending and entertainment culture that we have in Japan, which is actually somewhat close to Korea, but Korea also has a very strong culture from Japan, like esports. And so we are not focused on esports, but we are actually trying to bring hyper-casual gamers in Japan into the blockchain space. So that's our focus.
Thanks, Akio. Abhishek?
Yeah. So I think and I was just sitting outside and I was speaking to Christy and others, and everyone sort of asked me how can we sort of ever look at, how can we ever beat India numbers, because the numbers are so large that it's non-comparable with all the other markets. And on top of that, I think effectively what we are seeing is a digital renaissance happening in the country. We have the largest number of smartphone users. We have the cheapest data available in the world.
Okay, so what's the number again? You gave us something big.
Yeah, there are about 750 million smartphone users.
Wow.
About 600 million internet users. About 500 million gamers. About 400 million of them are consuming data on mobile. And about 100 million of them are consuming gaming on...
Okay, Abhishek, you win.
Yeah. But that is the scale that we're speaking of, right? And we're seeing that, and we've seen this over the last 3-4 years, that gaming is becoming the primary form of entertainment for people in smaller cities because they don't have outlets to entertain themselves. As a result of which, all they have is their room and a smartphone and internet, and they're consuming gaming on the phone. They are becoming part of communities. There's a sense of belongingness that's happening. And on top of that, India is a very status-driven society, as a result of which that becomes a core fabric of it. So, being able to really level up in the society through gaming is becoming a really key driver, which is effectively, I think, where IndiGG stands for. We're building a network state with 500 million gamers, where we are sort of bringing their gaming identities on-chain. We are creating reputation layers around it, and then we are sort of reaching out to different global game developers and giving them access to on-chain, curated, relevant, engaged users for them to onboard into the system, right? And that is effectively what we are building. We're building a beautiful core pillar with gamers. We are building micro-communities around it. And I'll probably talk more about how we are doing that. We're building a really exhaustive tech stack around matchmaking between game and gamers, around empowering our nodes, our community, and we are sort of creating a clear pathway for global game developers to sort of come and sort of leverage the distribution rails that we are building. And yeah, I think we've come a long way. We have about 1 million active gamers. We are taking a slightly different approach than the typical guilds, and we're taking a more straightforward approach. And probably Jen will ask more questions, and I can throw some more light there.
Thanks, Abhishek. Yeah, so I think for India, it's more about a bigger TAM, right? And it's
India is about concurrency, right? India is
Okay.
about DAO. India is about MAO. And every game needs concurrency. Every game needs matchmaking. But increasingly, we're also seeing India really contributing to ARPU as well. And when there is a clear sight of earning opportunity, and when there is a clear sight of things that can put food on the table, the revenue monetization is clearly going up.
Thanks, Abhishek. How about Christy for SkyGG?
Yeah, shame that I'm sitting beside NDGG, but since we cannot compete with the quantity, we wanted to compete with quality. And when we say about quality, I was thinking, okay, what makes the most powerful game guild? And obviously, if we cannot compete with the number of users, we thought, okay, how do we bring in the most avid users who are actually best in playing game and who actually spends the most time in gaming? And I think that's obviously what we call in Web2, the esports players. And so, Korea is a country of esports. We even coined the name esports from the beginning. Jiho talked about the StarCraft moment back in the early 2000s that brought in gaming and what brought Korea very, very strong in gaming. So we're the country of gamers. We all grow up playing a bunch of different games. There are a lot of game giants. And we happen to have these players who've been playing Elite, not just in Korea, but these players are playing professionally and have 500K followers, million fan base across the globe. And we thought, okay, how do we engage and bring in these esports players to be part of the game guild? And how do we bring in the Web2 gamers who follow these esports players? And how do we onboard these Web2 gamers to the Web3 gaming community? And that's like the vision that SkyGG has. We want to basically support the esports community. We're not going to say, okay, we're just doing a random crypto thing to the gaming community. But our strategy is we're just here because we love game. We love gaming. We're going to support the Web3 community, support the gaming Web2 community through the help of these SkyGG ambassadors who are professional esports players. The jersey that I'm wearing, in fact, is the esports jersey for our team that we are competing in Overwatch 2 and Rainbow Six. So we've been also starting to support and onboard players to actually lead the game guild, the professional esports players to actually lead the guild. And not just that, but we're also starting to host different esports tournaments for Web3 games. And because we want to actually embed the energy working with different games to actually build a game that is esports applicable, we're also working with individual game publishers so that we are getting the help of the esports players to build the esports component embedded in the game from day one. So yeah, that's what SkyGG is focusing on. I can talk more about like the exact initiative, but I'll stop here for now.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that Korea actually has a lot of esports. Yeah, esports has been the really focus of Korea. So even though, in terms, as you mentioned, quantity-wise, it's not as big of a market, but I think it's more focused, and you have more people watching, so it's more of a different business model for SkyGG.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not going to be the quantity per se, the absolute number, but I think by onboarding these people, because we do have a very strong penetration rate for gamers.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, every single blockchain company wants to build a Korea team to basically penetrate the retail market in Korea because we have such a high penetration rate in terms of crypto community. And so obviously onboarding that and combining the two will be the strategy for SkyGT.
Thanks, Chrissy. Last but definitely not the least, Irene, YGG SEA.
Man, I sit here and they're all very impressive, right? So Southeast Asia is very simple. We call ourselves the friendly face for everyone who want to enter into the metaverse. For the past almost 10 years, I've been trying to demystify to everyone out there that gaming is not bad for the community. And when we start with Play to Earn and the gaming guilds, I see that the opportunity is even bigger here. And that is why for YGGC, we will continue to become that friendly faces for anyone who would like to be in the metaverse, not only the gaming communities, but also the academicians. That's why back in December, we signed the first deal ever with universities, directly with the rector, not with the student body, after months of being grilled by them of why gaming needs to be in the university in Indonesia, because we feel that there needs to be a merging. Games are basically, in my view, gamification of the metaverse. And who doesn't love game? Gaming is the birthright of every single human being, but the society has made it in such a way that we cannot play games because otherwise we're gonna fail, right? So YGGC's focus is to demystify that. The moment that's demystified, we are at the beginning of Web 2, the internet age, where at that time, when we wanted to create our first email account, at that time I think it was Yahoo, yeah? It was freaking difficult, right? We are at that stage where creating a wallet was difficult, and that's why YGGC would like to bring that. And we've seen results where we have seen people who were non-bankable, who did not have a bank account, and their first account was thrown in wallets. And to me, that's a great accomplishment. Second of all, as well, is that we see that whenever you're in the metaverse, people do not ask you, what do you do? Where do you come from? This is the true definition of oneness, where we could open up opportunities to everyone. I bring you back to the time of the beginning of esports, right? In the beginning of esports, everybody was looking for pro players, and that was about it. Come forward the next few years, there was a talent crunch. We see the same thing in the metaverse. There will be a talent crunch. Games is the way for people to come into the metaverse and see, oh, it's a whole wide world. There are a lot of opportunities that they can do, but they need the first step to come in. And that's what YGGC is doing. And that's why whenever we go to games, we always focus on how can we help you to reach out to the grassroots communities? Because today we're in the bear market, but in terms of scholarship number, YGGC continues to grow. Because almost more than 90% our community members are crypto virgins. Their first interactions with the metaverse is through YGGC. Who here remembers your first bank account, your first email address, your first chat room, your first phone numbers? We all remember that, and YGGC would like to be that first in the market because we want to be that friendly faces, because I've faced it before. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not very smart. The first time I created my Ronin wallets, I felt like I was the stupidest person in the room. And I thought that I was not that stupid, right? So I do not want that to happen to anyone, especially in Southeast Asia. We all say that Southeast Asia is emerging markets. We all say that this is the future. But who is giving that opportunities? And that's where YGGC would like to stand. And that's why we focus on education. We focus on opening up opportunities, accessibility, so that when the talent crunch is there, we have the talents.
Thanks, Irene. So I think just to summarize, in terms of differentiation for each sub-DAO, if I'm getting it correctly, so for YGG Japan, it's high ARPU, so high casual, fast casual, hyper casual players, Web 2 onboarding into Web 3. For India, by the definition of its bigger and larger total addressable market, you have a lot of wiggle room, and also in terms of the discrepancy of earnings, right, from the people outside the urban areas. For SkyGG, it's more on esports focused, and YGG SCA, I think I had two acronyms. One acronym, sorry. FF, Friendlies and FinTech, because you're talking about wallets, right? The first interaction of a lot of these players or having their own bank account is through a Ronin wallet. And I think that's also reminiscent here in the Philippines, right? So Ronin wallets were, well, MetaMask actually in particular, it only took them 1 year to have 3.5 million downloads. And other fintech players took them some time to do that. So there's a lot of opportunity, and I think guilds are leading the way. So we saw different business models, right, from each, or focus in the next couple of months for each particular guild that we have here on stage. So for your growth, given that that is your focus right now, those are the focus for your particular guild, what are the specific challenges in terms of growth and management for your communities, right? What are the challenges for you guys? Okay, so let's start with Irene this time.
You're very fair, Jen. So the challenge for us, because we are targeting in Southeast Asia, because we are targeting the crypto versions, right? Obviously, education is difficult, but I see that during the bear market, it pays off because retention rates is there. They all come here, they stay because we are the first ones, and we have the community to grow. And in terms of communities, growing the network all across different languages and dialects and locations, that Indonesia itself has thousands of islands and most of them I've never been, right, even though I'm Indonesian. And so connectiveness to every single fabric of communities are a bit challenging, especially on localizations. That's why we will go to gaming companies and ask, can we do something about game guides? So if you go to yggc.io, that is not officially launched, but you guys can go there now, you'll be able to see there are games that we internally have created a game guides or tutorials for scholars or for any gamers or our community members to come and look at. Why do we do that? So that it's easier for everyone to learn about it, right? And it's done in a very friendly manner. And at the same time also, we have not only online, we believe in O2O to M, which is online, offline, online, and to the metaverse. If we exist in the metaverse, we have two exclusive, right? I mean, how many people are there in the metaverse? When we go to online, a lot of people will be confused, like, what is this thing? So we need the offline touch points. So since November last year, we have started to build the offline networks through our community leaders throughout the countries. And if you see this year, we have started to have offline events as well throughout Southeast Asia to have that grassroots effect. And in every single countries, we do it in local language with the local culture. In events that we have, and some of the game developers have participated as well, we actually, thank you for your supports, because we actually hire our own community leaders to represent each games in the booth to teach other people or to share about what is Web3 gaming. But that is very challenging because we have to attack on three fronts.
That's true. It's in Southeast Asia is a very diverse market, right? So
man, tell me about it. I was talking. Okay, one of the target that we want to go to is refugees. Yeah, the refugees in Southeast Asia. We are already in talks to a couple of organizations, and we're also in talks to a couple of organizations that handles foreign workers, and also those people who the ex-con, right, who was previously in prison, coming back to the society. We are in talks with all of them. But imagine, all of these communities are very old school. So it takes time, but it pays off because of the impacts that's there. That's what keeps me going in the bear run, right? Because the impacts are real and it's there and you could see it.
thanks, Irene. How about Chrissy for SkyGG?
I think generally the biggest challenge is what is going to be the next big fun game in the community. And the reason why we are passionate about esports is not just because Korea is the country of esports, is because we've seen how Web2 esports was a broken model whereby only the IP holders, aka the game publishers, are the only one who are basically dictating the entire ecosystem, even how the tournaments are run, even how the revenues are generated for only themselves, and basically just ripping off the community. And so it's basically making all the users to become a very, not an active user, but to become a very passive consumer, right? So for us, at the same time, we see how we want to build a game where it's not just, it give me a very casual game. We're very bullish about it, but at the same time, there has to be a game that, that matches the level of the Korean gamers, because, people play very different type of game that are very engaging. But at the same time, I guess, we constantly get the question of, okay, what are the contents that you want us to consume as a community? And so for us, we're not just onboarding these esports players to be part of the game guild, but because we have a lot of contents in Korea, there are a lot of gaming publishers, a lot of game giants. Every single of them are actually building a blockchain game. And our concern is, okay, the way how they even produce a game has to change, because you need to think about the community from the community's perspective, not for yourself as a game publisher. And so we want to be in the making of the game. We want to bring in the esports players, because based on my interaction with the esports players, the one takeaway was that, okay, these guys are the guys who actually read the game mechanism, the meta of the game, like the fastest and in the more sharpest way. And so they simply know what makes a good game and what makes a fun game. And so that's why we want to bring this people in the making of the game and help out the game publishers to build actually a game that is also esports applicable, and that will also create different contents that the community can also consume around the world, and not just consume, but the community to be actually the part of creating the content themselves. So that's like the way how we are trying to tackle the problem that we see. How do we source and produce games that the Korean community will be excited about? And that is, bringing also the community in the making of the game at the same time. So that's a challenge that we see, and that's how SkyG is trying to tackle the problem together.
Abhishek for IndieGG.
Yeah, I think over the last 2 years or so, I think we've seen Web3 gaming take off, and like any other industry, which is a newly spawned industry, every single thing about in the consumer journey is challenging, starting from onboarding to discovery to acquisition, right? And those are the challenging parts, but that is the beauty of Web3, right? When there are challenges, problems sort of is the mother of innovation, right? And that is what we've done. We have really broken down our entire sort of journey into key areas. We are, like Irene mentioned, we are doing a lot of grassroots acquisition we are going to colleges. We are hiring micro influencers in the colleges who are onboarding, educating people in that college. We are going to gaming cafes. We're getting all these micro influencers, and we are sort of creating a distribution rail through these micro influencers, and each of these micro influencers are responsible for educating, entertaining, and creating earning opportunities for their communities. Now that becomes a great acquisition sort of model. In terms of onboarding, Web2 gamers, and people keep complaining, Web2 gamers don't care about seed phrases and wallets and all of that, right? And increasingly we're seeing Web3 tech stack is built around browser experience, not built around a mobile experience, right? And that is what the IndieGG wallet sort of entails. We're creating a seamless mobile number OTP validation based login method. So a user simply goes to the Play Store, downloads it, puts the mobile number, gets an OTP, validates it, and bang, wallet address gets created on the back end, and it's a completely non-custodial wallet. So user does not have to go through the whole process of MetaMask and blah, 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 all of that, right? And this wallet can seamlessly integrate into global games for them to get access to millions of gamers. And that is how we are solving onboarding, right? And the third bit is, how do you really facilitate value exchange between the games and the gamer? Because fundamentally, gamers do not know what Web3 games are doing well, what Web3 games are non-inflationary, which games are sustainable. So how can we really create seamless matchmaking of games and gamers and partake in that, really facilitate that value exchange for gamers to sort of pass on value to games for building the network effect of the game. And the matchmaking system that we are creating and the tech stack that we are building will really facilitate that. So I think these are some challenges, but I think our team has sort of really worked together to build the models around this, solve the problems, and over the next 2-3 months, I think you'll see a lot of these challenges being solved one step at a time.
Thanks, Abhishek. How about for YGG Japan, Akio?
Yes. So we are actually trying to solve two problems. One is more facing the consumers. The other is actually facing the gaming industry. Now, in addressing this, first of all, I have to make a big confession. So our friends here in the Philippines, I have to tell you, you guys are actually far more advanced than Japan. Japan is behind. You guys are actually more crypto native than our consumer gamers in Japan. So one of the things we need to do is actually similar theme to what Irene's doing in Southeast Asia. We have to do user education and better onboarding for users like India. So on the consumer side, we're doing two things. We are creating actually new blockchain game-focused media and actually local language wallet. Believe it or not, here you guys can figure out how to use MetaMask in English, but that's not the case in Japan. So we're actually creating a much easier onboarding experience by having a local language multi-chain wallet and gaming media all combined into one. And this is being released next Q1 next year. Now, on the gaming industry side, Japan has actually big gaming companies like Sega, Nintendo, Square Enix. All of these guys are now trying to figure out their blockchain gaming strategy. And we also have a lot of Korean publishers that are very active in Japan, like Netmarbles, come to us, and Nexon, and so on. And we know many of them are also planning to release blockchain gaming titles in the coming years. But what's missing on the gaming side is that on Web2 games, they have platforms to acquire users easily, basically performance marketing and paid user acquisition. You can actually spend $5–10 million easily to promote new game. But that promotion channel doesn't exist today. However, we just made a partnership with the largest gaming ad network in Japan called Unicorn. And YGG Japan and Unicorn actually co-developed a new advertising platform for gaming industry. And that's actually being released this month. So we're solving the problem for game companies where to spend their millions and acquire users. So those are two initial problems we are tackling, and both actually very product-centric approach.
Thanks, Akiyo-san. So on that note, thank you everyone to all our panelists. And I'd like to make one comment, commending the organizers, that includes us, a very balanced panel. It's usually, when we talk about gaming, it's usually male-dominated, but very happy to see that females are also being well represented and are founders in these particular guilds. So thank you, Irene, Christy, Abhishek, and Akiyo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jen, Irene, Abhishek, Akiyo, and Christy. Following on from some of the themes raised in the Global Guild Outlook, our next panel will deep dive into some of the ways Web3 is directly impacting emerging markets. We have Angelo Cala of Cello Foundation, Maui Arroyo of Ignite Impact Fund, and Christine Violago of the Grameen Foundation.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Angelo Cala from the Cello Foundation, and I'm very pleased to be here. I'm joined by two panelists today. And today we're going to discuss funding the revolution for good. And I think it's an interesting panel to be included here at the PH Web3 Festival. I myself am amazed by the discussion in terms of the application of the technology in gaming as well as NFT. But in this panel in particular, we want to explore how this technology is also being used in real-world social problems that we're facing, specifically in the context of the Philippines. And I have here Christine and Maui, who's leading, I would say, this movement, especially in our country. So perhaps I'd like to begin with introductions. Maui, Christine, tell us about the organization that you represent, as well as like your approach to Web3.
Hi, I'm Maui Arroyo. I'm not related to the former president. So I think I should say that. So I'm from Ignite Impact Fund. So we're the first Philippine impact investment fund. We're an American fund, and we invest only in the Philippines. So we're the first Philippine-focused impact investment fund, and we tailor our investments to help bring people out of poverty. And since 68% of the poor are farmers and fisher folk, we're really looking forward to seeing Web3 use cases and applications for that. I haven't found any yet, so we haven't invested in Web3 yet, but I'm really looking for something that goes beyond gaming and fintech and goes straight into impact. So I'm happy to be on this panel today.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christine Violago. I'm from Grameen Foundation. So we are an international nonprofit, and we work closely with a lot of women groups, microfinance institutions, and smallholder farmers to build their economic resilience by using digital technology and solutions. So I think that's what sets us apart with some of other nonprofits here. And what we would really like to do is explore different use cases in bringing these technologies to the last mile so that nobody gets left behind.
Great, and I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce myself as well. I represent Cello. We're a mobile-first layer 1 blockchain. We're based in the United States as well. But we distinguish ourselves in this space as one that's focused on the mission. Our mission is to enable conditions for prosperity for everyone. So we're mission first. In my capacity, I lead the Social Impact Collective. At the Cello Foundation, globally, we've been exploring use cases for blockchain. So we've done projects across the globe, including in the Philippines, with Grameen Foundation, using blockchain for humanitarian aid, community currencies, supporting local entrepreneurs, universal basic income, and decentralized credit. So I look forward to this conversation. I think it's a great dynamic because we have like an impact investor here with us, as well as like a nonprofit. Like this dynamic of one, what is Web3 and how can it be applied to the development sector? And then the second one, which is like the title of our panel, how do we channel more investments, specifically like in this use case? So I have a series of questions for Maui and Christine, and then later on, if time permits, we'd love to engage the audience as well for your questions, because I think this is an interesting discussion for us to have as a community. Yeah, so I'd like to begin by asking, of course, like we want to be cognizant of what's happening in the crypto space, in the blockchain space, especially last week. And so I want to ask, like, Maui, Christine, what makes you most optimistic despite what's happening? And what are you seeing in the industry that, you know, gives you hope that it's still worth engaging with?
Well, I think everybody is, you know, really taken aback by what's happened recently. But there are going to be bad actors in every industry and every field, unfortunately, right? It took 40 years for microfinance to become a legitimate thing. So, and Web3 is in its infancy. So, it's an asset class that and a field that is growing, and so I think it's really the future. And while all this conflict has been happening with the exchange, I mean, I think it's also important to note that the Ukraine DAO raised $8 million in impact for people in the Ukraine, right? So, and it didn't get hacked, right? So, I mean, I think that there's a lot of future for impact in Web3. And I think that just bad actors poisoning it is just going to be a thing that we're going to have to deal with, in the same way that you have the Bernie Madoffs and bad actors in other fields as well. It doesn't, you know, people aren't going to stop investing in good opportunities just because there was a Bernie Madoff, right?
That's really a good point that Ms. Mao shared. I think for us, we see Web3, we see blockchain, we see different types of technologies as a resource. And at the end of the day, this journey that we're taking is always posing us a question is, even if there's risk, if there is concerns involved, how can we still bring these solutions to the people that need it the most? Because everybody does not have the same digital technology or literacy and journey in understanding and learning, and it will take time for others. But for as long as that resource is made available, how can we maximize it even as an institution to bring it to different use cases? For example, in refugee, in disbursements of aid, in making sure that we provide livelihood opportunities. So we are in one space looking at the leadership level wherein what are the different risks, what are the different strategies, but how else can we move forward to maximize what is made available at the moment?
Got it. And I want to dive deeper into this because I think the question here is, why Web3 for social impact? or why Web3? Why are we using Web3 as a technology to address, big problems? Here in the Philippines, we have poverty, inequality. Isn't it too risky? Why is it, a good investment? Let's say for Maui, for your group, like impact investors.
Well, I think that it's a truism that if you keep doing the same things, you're going to get the same results, right? So we ought to try something different. Philosophically, that's the first point. The second point being is that the Philippines is a low trust economy, right? I mean, let's just be honest. Because I can say that representing, I'm a Filipino, I have one passport. I can say that controversial thing. Aside from that fact that it's backed up by data, if you look at the World Value Survey and you look at GDP and the percentage of people who trust each other in a country, the Philippines is dead last, right? And blockchain actually makes it, it eliminates the trust issues. And because it's very difficult to hack a blockchain, I mean, to really, and it'll take a lot of effort and for what, right? To really break into those systems. I think that there's a lot of future for that. There are many use cases, like I think it's important to emphasize good examples like Denari Pay, which is in the UAE and helps remittances, send remittances home to the Philippines. The cost of sending a remittance is like 7%, and they've dropped that down to 1%. And sure, people, they have a crypto coin as a bridge token to transfer the money, but nobody cares about that. I mean, Denari cares about that, but to the average person in the UAE, basically what matters to them is the customer benefit, that they actually send the money home. It doesn't take 2 or 3 days. It's almost instant, and the fees are lower, right? And that also means that Denari Pay can be a more profitable business. And then you see things like segueing into agriculture, which I would love to see someone pitch to me here. Stuff like Kotani Pay, which uses Cello dollars as a stable coin for smallholder farmers, right? To have access for greater financial inclusion and for small farmers to be able to afford microloans, right? So I think that's something that will be really helpful in the Philippines. And it's really just applying the technology in a realistic and a localized way in the Philippines, right? Because you can put the predatory financiers out of business. In agriculture, you can have traceability of our food. There are many use cases, actually. So I really look forward to seeing all these different ideas that are investable.
Yeah. I like this idea. I think you're emphasizing, Maui, the ability of Web3 to open new doors for accessibility. Things that we don't imagine before or we could not have in the traditional financial system, as well as accountability, like the idea of a distributed ledger technology, opening the access for everyone to see the information of like how money flows. And I think that's really impactful. Christine, you guys have been very deep in financial inclusion. What's your take on this?
Sure. Maybe what I can share is our story on how we use the technology. We actually worked with Cello and Cello Foundation to provide COVID-19 relief in the past 2 years. And how did we do this? So we realized that the Philippines is actually one of the countries that had the longest lockdowns. And one of the most affected groups are micro-entrepreneurs, women micro-entrepreneurs, who are considered household budget managers. And when we say affected, they probably lost their job and could not provide immediate health care and food at the table. So we work with 2 microfinance institutions to identify women micro-entrepreneurs, and we provided them with funding support. They received and they opened a wallet, a Valora wallet, And we provided them cello US dollars so that they could access essential goods for their business or food and health and medicines. So why did this work, and what did Grameen Foundation do? I think we used the blockchain technology to transfer that funding into their wallets, and from a microsite, they're able to purchase the goods and services that they need. And why is this effective? In a lockdown, you are very remote, and we want to make sure that the funding that we give is transparent, and that is able to do because of the technology. We want to make sure that the people who we identified will be the ones to receive the funding. And because of the technology that we use, we're able to see that end-to-end because of the accounts that are given to each person through the wallet. Second, is it effective, meaning it is fast. When you are in a crisis situation, you want this technology to be immediate. And in transferring multiple accounts or to multiple beneficiaries, we want this fast. And we were working with 2 locations at that time, Metro Manila and Cebu. And even if we are in a different location with members who are in the US and members in the Philippines working to deliver this support, we can do it remotely. So it is fast, effective, and transparent, which is very much needed, especially in a time where people are looking for ways to provide support and making sure that it really goes to those who really need it. The second use case that we did was providing livelihood opportunities. We created actually an ecosystem wherein we supported 800 repatriated overseas Filipino workers. So we work closely with 2 microfinance, we work closely with a multi-purpose cooperative and a Atikha, which is a agency that helps OFWs that come back to the Philippines. And what we did was provided them livelihood support, again through Cello Foundation support, through US dollars, wherein they could buy livelihood packages from a cooperative, create these goods and services. We provided them 200 US dollars to start a livelihood. It can be arranged from food processing, meat products, hog raising, duck raising, and eventually a microsystem, a closed loop wherein they would sell their products to the cooperative and use that funding, the CSD, to exchange and buy these products back. What does this do? Not only does it allow these people to bounce back from their current situation, but also begin to realize that digital technologies and systems like this work. I'm sharing this because I know there are developers in the room, and there is a lot of use cases that we can do together, especially when we have opportunities that we can pilot and test solutions for those who really need it the most. I feel like in situations like that, the social preparedness from the community level is very important. And I think in Grameen, we've always believed that in developing tools, you need to design in context. Who are you delivering it? And who are you working with? Listen to the people who use it on the ground. Because at the end of the day, no matter how beautiful your tool is, if they don't understand and trust the system, it won't work. And I give you an example, as basic as, can I lose my money if I delete this app in my phone? I didn't think it was actually a valid question, but we realized when we were talking to these mothers, when the phone was used at home, the phone is used not only for business, but for other household needs. And at that time, it was online education for their kids. So sometimes when the phone is not with them, the app would be deleted and everything else on the concerns of my money in the app and technology in the app. So those things, we take time to educate at the level of the community, educate at the level of the leadership that we're working with, because an authority figure that helps them building their trust is part of social preparation in making these systems work.
Yeah, so my favorite part in the projects that we did with Grameen is just this idea that this technology is accessible even for these groups that we did not expect would appreciate or even take the technology, right? So Grameen Foundation was working with their sari-sari vendors, with farmers, with repatriated OFWs, whose relationship with their mobile phones, for example, were very basic, right? Like it's just for Facebook, texting, calling their families. But then the technology allows them to build resilience, but also discover ways to enrich themselves and you know, like increase their welfare. Yeah, and I like what you're saying, Christine, as well. Like it's a call for developers or like builders in the room that there are use cases there to be discovered if you partner with organizations, those that are deep in the development context like Grameen. Of course, I also wanted to note that there are challenges, right, in applying Web3 in the development sector, in the development space. Maybe Maui, for you as an impact investor, we have, again, crypto builders in the room. What is your experience as a fund, and like, what do you think is the challenge for us to bring more resources in this application of the technology?
I think that one of the basic challenges is mindset, right? It's not skill set. I'm going to echo what Christine said, that as an impact investor, we're looking to make a return and profit with the purpose. So there, you do have to be, I mean, not like a big VC firm where you expect to make 6 times your money in 5 to 7 years. We're looking at 3 times your money in the same amount of time. But you do have to make a return and a tangible, measurable impact, right? So blockchain is really good at measuring output, no? So you can have like a token for every megawatt of solar power produced, every tree planted, that sort of thing. But it's not really as great so far at measuring outcomes, right? So that's a challenge. The other philosophical challenge would be, I guess, UI UX, to echo what Christine said, that they really have to, I mean, and it's true of everything. You have to understand the customer, right? Because there's a difference between need, everybody needs clean water, and demand. Will somebody actually, you know, use that or pay for a, you know, not everybody will pay for a water filter, for example. And the thing that I see often with developers is that their philosophy is always, how do I get people to buy or use the tech? As opposed to, how do I build something that will be useful and meaningful to people, right? So, because people care about the benefits, not the features. Right? As an investor, I care about the features, but I care about the secret sauce because that's what I'm investing in aside from your expertise, right? But the average customer does not. Take for example, a very simple case where like when you buy shampoo, you don't care what's in the ingredients. You care about, you know, your hair doesn't fall out, right? You have softer, silkier, smoother hair. I mean, because those are benefits, not features, right? So there has to be more communication about benefits and a better understanding of the customer journey. And that's the major problem when people come to pitch to me, that they don't really understand enough, or they haven't really increased their knowledge to assumption ratio for the end user.
Got it. And maybe, Christine, for you, I think it's interesting for the crowd. Perhaps like you can share a story from your community or like from your beneficiaries, just demonstrating again like the power of this technology.
Sure. I think just from working on the 2 use cases that I shared a while ago, when we introduce these technologies to the community, it's always a challenge of building their trust, the currency of trust, because they've had so many probably experiences on negative experiences in other types of platforms that they don't want to be repeated. And especially if it's hard-earned money that they're working and keeping, it's not easy to talk about those things sometimes with them. And it's easier to lose trust than to build trust. So building trust involves online communication, adult education, and also having to prepare closely with the leadership. Because depending on the profile of who you're talking to, sometimes it's a community level of trust that they're looking at. Is my neighbor using the same tech as me? Is my leadership saying, okay, trust this system, but what is the benefit for me in the long run? Can I keep my money safe? Those are sometimes the basic questions that they ask. And if your technology works, word of mouth really spreads fast. So I don't know if you, other foreigners in the room, but there is also chismis in money and tech. So these good chismis or these good points of your technology can spread around. And it helps also because it will make your pilot solution be successful. It needs a top-down and bottom-up approach when using technology. And I think from experiences of our mothers or nanays using the tech, they say, oh, ganito lang pala kadali. It's that easy. But it takes time and hold-handing in tutorials sometimes. If it's not the mothers, it's usually the kids coming in. So it is a household decision to make these tools and testing work.
Got it. We don't have much time left, but Maui, I love your point about impact. I think this technology allows us to track impact better, but it also gives us an opportunity to be more intentional about the impact that we do. And then we go back to what Christine is saying, like to me, like the blockchain and cryptocurrency movement is all about trust. And so like when we bring this to communities, trust still will be the driver of our success. Yeah, so maybe like to wrap this up, would love to hear from you guys. How can everyone engage with you, follow you, your social media accounts probably, and maybe like your thoughts on like how do we sustain this movement of Web3 for good?
If you just Google Maui Arroyo, that's spelled with an O, you'll find me. I'm on Twitter still. I still don't understand Mastodon. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Telegram, so it's easy to find me. I think the thing that would sustain this is I'd love to see a way where we can have what we call social impact bonds, right? And a social impact bond is basically it's like I borrow a little bit of money from you, and you're paying for impact, right? So I borrow a little bit of money from you, and it's a pooled fund. I invest it in something, like let's say the Grameen Foundation, and then they give me impact, measurable impact, and then you're paying for, because they achieve that impact, you're paying me a small fee for managing it, and also you get your money back. So it incentivizes the investor, it helps the foundation, it creates measurable impact, but the cost of those social impact bonds to administer that is around 30%, right? So dropping it would be really important. And that means also tapping the huge Filipino diaspora, because it's about time that Filipinos invested in Filipinos. And it's not just like, blockchain enables that I'm not just going to invest, let's say, in the Philippines as a whole. You can have a place-based investment thing. So people from Cebuanos can invest in Cebuanos, right? And Ilonggos can invest in Ilonggos. So there must be a way to tap all the diaspora to, for them to make a decent return and to profit with a purpose. So I'm looking for use cases like that, because I'd fund it, right? I'd fund it. But there has to be creative solutions to raising funds, deploying funds, and ensuring the trust and measurability of impact.
Thank you, Angelo, and thank you, Mau. I think for us, you can reach us online in Grameen Foundation, and you can also send a message to me via LinkedIn. We invite those tech developers out there or people who have the same mission as us by providing support to women and smallholder farmers. If you have an idea and a solution, our work is always to collaborate because the impact, we cannot do it alone. There's greater impact if there's power in partnerships. And I think Grameen Foundation is here to stay, especially when there are people we really want to bring from the last mile in understanding these technologies. So we hope that we continue to see each other in these tech spaces, but also in other types of development activities.
Thanks, Christine. And for myself, you can follow us at cello.org. We're also in Twitter, Discord, Instagram. Our handle is cello.org, cello.org. We have a network of 1,000 builders in 135 countries around the world, all working towards creating a regenerative economy, because ReFi, we think, is the next movement that will shape the space. With that being said, thank you very much, Maui and Christine. This has been a great conversation, and we look forward to working and collaborating with everyone.
Many thanks to Angelo, Maui, and Christine. Continuing the theme of Web3, delivering real-world value to those that need it, please welcome on stage Varun Panjwani of Metacare.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. First things first, can everyone just stand up? Like, I'm sure you've been sitting for like an hour, 2 hours, just shake it off, get the cobwebs out, stretch, touch your toes, believe in the spirit of health and wellness, which is what we're trying to do here. But we're trying to do it for all of you in the community, and we're going to talk about what we're actually doing. But before everyone sits down, I want to do this step by step so I understand who's here. Could everyone that's a Web3 gamer sit down? Okay, that's quite a part of the room, which makes sense given we're in a GameFi conference. Could everyone that owns a MetaMask and a wallet sit down? Is anyone left standing? So there's no one here that doesn't understand how to do Web3 and crypto, which is great. So all of you will understand the pain points of how hard it is to set up multiple wallets, set up Web3, and get going. And so what we're trying to do at Medicare is be the first Web3 lifestyle super app, but appeal to all of you and onboard the next generation of users in a real-world use case. So I'll walk through this. We're launching our partnership program, but I'll explain what we do for the community and what we do for partners and how this current market is just more fuel for what we're doing. In terms of Medicare, so who are we? What do we do? To simplify it, we essentially aggregate the gig economy, or in this case, all of us here as a community. Today, we don't have access to necessarily corporate benefits. We're paying top dollar as we're all creatives, freelancers, entrepreneurs. We want to bring everyone together as one community, go to corporates, and bring this purchasing power and say, look, we deserve a better price. We've got a community that you can address, you can reach, and hence, we will be that bridge for you and give you access to corporate pricing. What we're trying to do with this is onboard an entire new community into Web3. So all of us here, yes, but when we say the gig economy, the average Grab driver, the average Uncost driver, the freelancer, the SME individual working out of Common Ground, the entrepreneurs, the investors and the VCs here who don't necessarily have the scale and size. And that's who we're looking to. In terms of partners, we're giving them a mechanism to reach an otherwise very, very fragmented market. If one thing Web3 has done outside of the DeFi, outside of the play to earn, is it's brought everyone together, and these pockets of communities can be reached through blockchain space. They've got multiple guilds, guild managers. This is no different than franchisees, agents, sub-agents, and so we're really replicating that and using the community pool to help partners outreach the individuals who today otherwise, how would you reach them? It would be what we call the Facebook, Instagram, Meta tax. Web3 is a mechanism to onboard new users without paying the typical social media tax to do so. In terms of the Philippines, we keep saying Web3 is small, Decentraland has 15 people. How big is this community in reality? If you look at just wallet users, as most of you sat down, there's more than 4 million wallet holders today in the Philippines. Now, some of them may not be active, but they still understand wallets. Now, if you look at it on a larger scale, if the gamer in the household has a wallet, their parents now are exposed to crypto. Their colleagues, their friends are exposed to crypto. They understand what Web3 means. They're not afraid of the terminology. The other unique advantage in Philippines is, given the structure of gaming, no one in the Philippines, or very few, have actually been impacted negatively by the downfall of, or the volatility. What have they experienced? They've experienced a great play-to-earn market with Axie, with the multiple games since, and all they've seen is reduced earnings. Reduced earnings are very different than a loss of earnings. And that's what we want to highlight to the partners, that bringing this community, they're dormant, they haven't left. And bringing it back is why we want to then help this community, who today is essentially going back to their hourly wage, to help them bridge into a more affordable products and services marketplace. So at Medicare, what are we essentially doing? We're bringing cost efficiency. We're helping you achieve a better price for products and services. We're bringing benefits. Now, I know for Medicare, the first thought is this a healthcare product? The next slide will show it's not. And we're customizable. So we're innovating going forward. And why do I say we're customizable? How can a benefits platform, how can a marketplace be customizable? The area that, despite the volatility that is growing, is NFTs. A lot of these projects outside are doing PFPs. What if your unique PFP evolved based on your usage to give you greater discounts in what you most use? In old Web2 terminology, this is basically pay-per-use. We're able to create a pay-per-use, pay-per-utilization model by reflecting your behavior patterns in your PFP, which captures your data, which that as a membership gateway. So for us, the Web3 component is the customizability, is the membership gated element to the app, which is an NFT. And the evolution of that NFT, which is essentially a smart contract capturing your data, is how we unlock feature sets in the app. And you can see in this entire process, whether it was an NFT, whether tomorrow we airdrop you tokens for that NFT, we're not reliant on the next person entering the ecosystem for you to sell to. Inherently, we're now using Web3 as a technology to unlock feature sets for the average user, using the technology to reach new communities, using this to bring new communities on board, and for existing partners like Gcash, like Globe, to go out and reach these individuals who they otherwise can't be reaching. In terms of the benefits that we look at, and who are our partners, where are our partnership programs coming? We're the full spectrum of a marketplace, from health, wellness, data plan, better interest rates, better loans. How do I quantify this? How do I summarize the benefits we give? If you want your next Air Jordan shoes, if you want your next PlayStation 5, you've got Lazada, you've got Shopee. But if you need something, your daily needs that you otherwise took for granted when you were with the corporate, we should be the marketplace to give you your needs, whether that's cheaper doctor price, cheaper medication, whether that's cheaper prices when you visit a doctor, whether that's simply giving you access to do a consultation, or a lot of us that are entrepreneurs, a better rate at your co-working place. Why not do that? Why not give you a better rate for your data plan? So all of you that are in the play-to-earn space, play-to-own, free-to-own as it's evolving, you're essentially using data. If we can lower the cost of your earnings, your profitability, your margins go up. And so that's where we're talking to guilds and guild managers to communicate that we can help your scholars be part of an ecosystem. We can help the gamers increase how much they earn by lowering the cost of their earnings. To do so, we have to ensure that if we're reaching a broad market beyond the guilds, beyond the VCs, beyond the project founders and the average individual, it must look like a Web 2 interface. It must be something that they're familiar with. It must be something that there's no friction point. So I think a lot of us, and this was a great session in the last project, builders go, how can we build something and bring people on? How about building for the use case? And that was some of the points highlighted in the last session, which is what we're doing. Web3 for Medicare only comes into the picture when it's absolutely necessary, which is for the membership gateway. Everything else is an e-commerce platform. So in terms of payment, if you'd like to pay in SLP, in AXI, in not FTT, in BNB, in any other currency, we welcome that. You want to pay in Gcash, you want to pay in cash on delivery, no issues. So our marketplace has an e-commerce feel to it. Like I said, you need to unlock this with membership gated, because without the membership, we don't know your profile, we don't know your evolution, we can't do targeted ads, promotions, and we can't bring in partners, because a partner providing, let's say, mental wellness, fertility, they need to know their audience. And without revealing the data privacy, the NFT is an anonymized mechanism to understand your demographics. So before I show the next slide, how many people here find setting up a wallet easy? Or to get onto, let's say, Axie, which really paved the way, you have to set up how many different wallets? Hands up for 1. Hands up for 2. Hands up for 3 or more. So in general, it's 3 or more steps. There's a MetaMask, there's a Ronin, there's a Bridge. Depending on how you're onboarding, there's a Binance. Do I feel like my parents will ever download 4 different apps to unlock 1 membership? It won't happen. And so what we've done is really focused on the customer journey, both for our partners, who some in the Web 2 and the MNCs are shy to now enter Web 3. We need to have a mechanism that they don't feel that they're exposed to crypto, but the underlying technology is powerful. And yet, for those that can take advantage of their knowledge in Web 3, they can do so. So what we've done is 2 onboarding mechanisms. 1, you can get our NFT. The NFT can be minted, it can be sold, it can be purchased, it can be airdropped by, let's say, YGG as a guild to you, and you can transfer that into the app to unlock the feature sets. However, if you're an average gig worker, an average freelancer, my parents, who don't understand Web3 yet want to avail of the benefits, you simply go onto the app and you sign up like an average membership and you get airdropped an NFT with 0 gas fees. Today, if you go out to our booth and you scan the QR code, you can get an NFT with an email with the voucher code. Once you open the app and you sign up for a membership and it says, do you have an NFT? It will also ask, do you instead have a voucher? Now, once you enter this voucher code, you unlock the app. What are we doing behind the scenes for this user journey? If you're unlocking the app with the voucher code, the smart contract at the back assigns you an NFT. We avoid gas fees because we haven't minted the NFT. You're a Web 2 user to us, and if you don't understand Web 3, let's leave that out for a second. Let's educate you over the 1 year on what asset it is, because today this membership is an asset. Unlike Web 2, where you're paying monthly SaaS or a monthly membership fee or a one-time expense, this is an asset that you own that tomorrow, if you leave the Philippines, you can sell this membership access to the next individual. And so until you can understand how to do that, the smart contract is simply assigning you an NFT from the back end. It isn't minting it, it isn't issuing it. The day you hit transfer out, which means you've understood the knowledge of Web3, we transfer it out. And you get it as your own ownership. Tomorrow, if we make our own marketplace and you say, I'm leaving the Philippines, Medicare, can you sell for me? We unassign it in the smart contract and reassign it. And so by simply reprogramming the contract without actually using the blockchain to issue, mint, transfer, we're avoiding a lot of those friction points. If you want to go down those friction points, you're doing so because you understand the value of this membership. So to the community, where is this value coming on? Typically, value in NFTs or play to earn or play to own games comes from the next individual. If I have to be, in Web 2, if I have to be really cynical, because Web 2 is no different than Web 3 in terms of its crisis. If I have to be cynical, every e-commerce platform looks at LTV. Who here knows what LTV is? A few. So it's long-term customer value, which is basically, put in really crude terms, how much money can I squeeze out of my consumer? How much profit can I make? In Web3 with Medicare, with a membership-gated platform, we're changing this around for all of our partners. It's about how we've coined the term LTS, long-term savings value, where we're saying with our membership, how much can I bring to you in savings? How much can I reduce the price of products and services? In turn, how much are you willing to pay for that access? And so for us and for our partners, the more partners we bring on board, the more valuable the membership, because now you're getting savings to a greater ecosystem. And that's where the asset of you wanting to transfer it out can come into play. In terms of our partners, if they're the ones providing this value, how are we then helping our merchants? How are we helping a Generali? How are we helping a KMD? Why are you being part of this ecosystem? Essentially, today we understand for our merchants and our partners, they already work with corporates. They already give them a 30 to 50% below retail price if you're a part of SM. If you're part of Citibank, if you're part of Apple, you're paying a significantly lower price than retail. What we're saying is, instead of you paying that Facebook tax, give that savings to the community. And that's how we're achieving this. Now, the more community members that come in, the more you're aggregating and the more demand we're bringing you as a merchant. So if you're helping us bring more demand, it's not like you're helping us directly, because we basically are doing our value capture in the membership. So the more merchants the more consumers and the more Web3 community members you help us bring in, the better for you, the partner, the merchant, because now you have a bigger database. And that's what we're looking to do, where it's a real win-win for our consumers, for the Web3 community, and for the merchants themselves. We've already acquired a company in the Philippines, HealthMart, so we understand and we have our channel partners. So for those looking to work with us, we're already in operations, in running, and that's why I said this entire year, whilst we've built this and run on the ground in the Philippines, we've been under the radar because we're not a metaverse. We're not immersive. We're really what we call Web 2.5. We're bridging the real world communities with the marketplace and just steadily building. And so the volatility of crypto doesn't impact us. When we go talk to merchants, we use the terminology memberships, gated e-commerce platform, marketplace, aggregation. None of that speaks Web 3. When we go to community members, and this is the next slide, when we go to communities here, YGG, blockchain space, what are we doing for you outside of the products and savings? How are we evolving your experience? And the last point I want to say is, how are we helping the play-to-earn, play-to-own economy? Today, the conversion of your earnings, of your digital assets, is all on you. Even for the Web3 community, it is difficult to go off-ramp, convert, pay. There's exchange losses. There's multiple items that kind of are a hindrance. What we're working out with YGG and blockchain space, with Metaverse Go, is quests and challenges. What if play to earn, play to own became play to benefit, step to save, breed to benefit, play to medicate, play to consult? Essentially, what we're helping the games do is issue challenges, issue quests. So now it becomes an optional item for the community here to choose what quest to go under. Do they simply want to have earnings, or with the excess time, undertake challenges, and now you can play to a real world good and item. And in the same way for our partners, it allows for us and them to essentially provide microfinance. Because what is play to earn? If you finish 15 hours of gaming, you earn 100 pesos. You finish 30 hours of gaming, you earn 200 pesos. You're effectively microfinancing your purchase through the hours that you play. And so we're bringing what is traditional financial models, business models, and putting it into a mechanism that the Web3 community can understand, and leveraging the technology to do so. And that's how we're really looking to go to market, help consumers, and how we're actually already in the market through Metaverse Go, through Globe, and a few other partners. So today we're officially launching the partnership program. So if others are interested to either work with us for your guild and your scholars to bring them benefits, whether it's free premium memberships to give them certain discounts, or to set up quests and challenges, we're happy to work that out. We have our partnership team here. If you're a merchant that wants to access these communities and understand how can you break into a Web3 space that's difficult to do so, that's so complex, that's so technical, we're here to say it's not. We can package this in a manner that is understandable to any and every merchant today. So in terms of the team, before I go to the team, I want to leave everyone with an interesting food for thought fact. How many people here in today's market would, if I gave you a choice to convert your Cebu Pacific, your Thai Airways, your Singapore Airlines air miles into crypto tokens, how many here would do that in today's market? I love the fact that we're all still believers and builders. It was more than half the room. Since 2017, Singapore Airlines has allowed you to convert its Singapore Airline miles into tokens that you can spend on groceries, oil, and gas in Singapore. And yet, no one knows this. If you just simply look up Chris Plus, which is Singapore Airlines' sister app and wallet, it's based on the blockchain, and it's been using blockchain technology since 2017. So all of these user journeys issues that we've been facing till date, they've actually been a non-issue for over 5 years. It's just simply, how are we using it, what is the user journey, and what is the most critical elements. And in the same way, I'd say, if you're interested to work with us, our team is outside. We're really looking to do good, but do good in a manner that's a win-win for the community, and yet aligned with what our partners and merchants are looking to do, which essentially is grow their user base. And we're saying do so by giving a better product and price, because Medicare is helping you eliminate the social tax, the customer acquisition cost. Let us take care of that. Let us use Web3 to build. And on that note, I hope we're showing what we're doing and how we're an example of where the space is moving in bridging Web 2 and Web 3, in bridging real world utility and the metaverse and the gaming verse. So on that note, thank you so much, and enjoy lunch, shake it off, and any questions, we'll be around. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Varun Panjwani. Before we proceed with our next segment, we would like to encourage everyone to post on your socials. Get a chance to win 15,000 pesos worth of GCash voucher and a YGG merch box by posting on your Facebook or Instagram Reels using our hashtag PHWeb3Fest. Post away! It's time to take another break. You may take your lunch and come back by 1:30 p.m. Once again, don't forget to take photos and tweet like crazy using our hashtag PHWeb3Fest. Let's make sure we get it trending.
What if your everyday is easier? What if your tasks are faster? What if you never have to chase due dates ever? What if your life is safer? What if your dreams are higher? What if kaya mo na? GCash gives you secure payments, real-time money transfers, accessible financial services, exclusive deals, and a full suite of business solutions para kaya mo na sumabay sa takbo ng buhay. Kaya mo na to stay connected. Kaya mo na magbayad anytime, anywhere. Kaya mo na mag-buy and sell. Kaya mo na to get exclusive deals. Kaya mo na magpera padala. Kaya mo na gawing safe ang future. Kaya mo na abutin ang pangarap. Kaya mo na makatulong, magbigay ng pag-asa. Kaya mo, GCash mo.
Music, art, and NFTs. One big celebration. Over 10,000 G-goers. A recap of the best moments. Powered by NFT activated passes. 917 new NFT owners. The biggest NFT launch in the Philippines.
What if your everyday is easier? What if your tasks are faster? What if you never have to chase due dates ever? What if your life is safer? What if your dreams are higher? What if kaya mo na? GCash gives you secure payments, real-time money transfers, accessible financial services, exclusive deals, and a full suite of business solutions para kaya mo na sumabay sa takbo ng buhay. Kaya mo na to stay connected. Kaya mo na magbayad anytime, anywhere. Kaya mo na mag-buy and sell. Kaya mo na to get exclusive deals. Kaya mo na magpera padala. Kaya mo na gawing safe ang future. Kaya mo na abutin ang pangarap. Kaya mo na makatulong, magbigay ng pag-asa. Kaya mo, GCash mo.
Music, art, and NFTs. One big celebration. Over 10,000 G-goers. A recap of the best moments. Powered by NFT activated passes. 917 new NFT owners. The biggest NFT launch in the Philippines.
bis na kita. Ay, kailan kaya ulit?
Pabalik pa po ang angkas.
Manalig ka lang, dahil ang angkas ay malakas.
Angkas malakas!
Angkas malakas!
Angkas malakas!
3, 2, 1.
Here we go!
Guriseta, Africa, Cauton, and Saavedra has been consistently ranked as a top-tier law firm in the Philippines by various prestigious international organizations such as Asian Legal Business, International Financial Law Review, the Legal 500, Chambers Partners, Asia Business Law Journal, and the Asia Law Profiles. Our firm, Goriseta, Africa, Cauton, and Saavedra, was awarded the Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Law Firm of the Year for 2019, 2020, and 2021, and also the Innovative Technologies Law Firm of the Year for 2019 and 2021 by Asian Legal Business during the Philippine Law Awards. We were also voted as the best fintech law firm in the Philippines for 2019, 2020, and 2021 during the annual awards of UK-based Wealth and Finance International. We were likewise voted as Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Law Firm of the Year for 2019, 2020, and 2021 by Vantage Asia or Asia Business Law Journal.
With pioneering expertise on the law on digital assets, fintech, blockchain, virtual currencies, e-commerce, data privacy, and artificial intelligence, we are legal counsel to the biggest and most impactful technology and online companies in the Philippines. We have been ranked #1 in the Philippines in the tech or fintech space.
What if your everyday is easier? What if your tasks are faster? What if you never have to chase due dates ever? What if your life is safer? What if your dreams are higher? What if kaya mo na? GCash gives you secure payments, real-time money transfers, accessible financial services, exclusive deals, and a full suite of business solutions para kaya mo na sumabay sa takbo ng buhay. Kaya mo na to stay connected. Kaya mo na magbayad anytime, anywhere. Kaya mo na mag-buy and sell. Kaya mo na to get exclusive deals. Kaya mo na magpera padala. Kaya mo na gawing safe ang future. Kaya mo na abutin ang pangarap. Kaya mo na makatulong, magbigay ng pag-asa. Kaya mo, GCash mo.
Music, art, and NFTs. One big celebration. Over 10,000 G-goers. A recap of the best moments. Powered by NFT activated passes. 917 new NFT owners. The biggest NFT launch in the Philippines.
Bis na kita. Ay, kailan kaya ulit?
Angkas, tara na! Pabalik pa po ang angkas?
Manalig ka lang, dahil ang angkas ay malakas.
Angkas malakas!
Angkas
malakas!
Angkas malakas!
3, 2, 1.
Guriseta, Africa, Cauton, and Saavedra has been consistently ranked as a top-tier law firm in the Philippines by various prestigious international organizations such as Asian Legal Business, International Financial Law Review, the Legal 500, Chambers Partners, Asia Business Law Journal, and the Asia Law Profiles. Our firm, Goriseta, Africa, Cauton, and Saavedra, was awarded the Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Law Firm of the Year for 2019, 2020, and 2021, and also the Innovative Technologies Law Firm of the Year for 2019 and 2021 by Asian Legal Business during the Philippine Law Awards. We were also voted as the best fintech law firm in the Philippines for 2019, 2020, and 2021 during the annual awards of UK-based Wealth and Finance International. We were likewise voted as Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Law Firm of the Year for 2019, 2020, and 2021 by Vantage Asia or Asia Business Law Journal.
With pioneering expertise in the law on digital assets, fintech, blockchain, virtual currencies, e-commerce, data privacy, and artificial intelligence, we are legal counsel to the biggest and most impactful technology and online companies in the Philippines. We have been ranked #1 in the Philippines in the tech or fintech space.
Brought to you by YGG and Blockchain Space in cooperation with IBC and Enforces. We hope everyone enjoyed their lunch and was able to refresh your brains as we now move on to another panel discussion. Our next keynote speaker will be talking about the potential that Binance sees in the Philippines. We're sure everyone is excited to hear this, so let us now call on stage Leon Foong, head of APAC for Binance.
Well, good afternoon, Manila. It's great to be here. It's probably my 5th time in Manila this year. And every time I come to this country, I actually feel a great sense of energy. So today, even though the hall is half full, hopefully more people will turn up. I'm gonna say, having been here over the past few days, attended a few different events, I actually get a really, really good vibe from the Manila community when it comes to Web3 and blockchain. And I like to ask myself, why? Right? I do many of these keynotes, conferences across different countries, and there's always something different about a community. And I think one thing that really interests me about the Philippines, which is what I'm here to talk about today, is first of all, how enthused and how vibrant the blockchain community is. So actually, just a quick show of hands around here, and maybe to make the crowd a bit livelier. For those of you here who are involved in blockchain or a project, give me a clap. I want to see how many people are here. Okay. And how many of you here actually bought Bitcoin before when it was still under $5,000? Hands up. Okay, not too many. So I asked these questions because I just wanted us to take a perspective of how early we are when it comes to adoption. All right, I think everywhere I go, people always ask me, which is crypto, is blockchain a fad, or is it here to stay? And I think today on stage, what I'd really like to talk about is how can we amplify and continue making the Philippines blockchain ecosystem even more vibrant, even more exciting, so that it can play a role in terms of defining the future of blockchain. So before I start, I'd like to actually point to a few interesting stats, which is Philippines is actually a very, very young population. The median age is about 24 plus, compared to Southeast Asian median age, which is around 30. I think it's great to have young people. It's great to have a strong population who still fall within what I call the youth category, because it's this generation that's going to be building the future of technology, the future of the Philippines economy, and the future of blockchain. And with a median age of 24, there's a lot you can actually do. Right? I remember when I was actually slightly younger, this is probably more than a decade ago, I actually had big dreams. Big dreams to build something exciting, big dreams to be part of a new technology, big dreams to be part of a financial revolution. And I think the reason why I actually joined Binance is because it actually allows me to turn some of these dreams into reality. And part of it is really thanks to this technology called blockchain. And if we look at the Philippines market, you guys already have a pretty sizable capital markets. So I actually did a bit of research before this. The total size of the Philippine Stock Exchange in terms of total public market cap is about $250 billion, just over that. GDP is just under about $400 billion. But what's interesting is if you look at the size of the capital markets relative to GDP, it's still around close to about 75%, just under that of the annual GDP of the economy. This tells me there's still a lot of room for the capital markets to continue growing in the Philippines. And if we take a step back, if you just look at a country like the US, I think annual GDP is under $30 trillion, but the total size of the public equities market in the US stands at over $45 trillion, even at today's slightly depressed valuations. So what this means is Philippines is a growing country. The GDP is obviously going to continue to grow. But what's more exciting, being in the blockchain space, is how can we grow the flow of funds into capital markets, including digital assets. And I think Philippines will do very well in terms of building a lead, in terms of becoming a hub for digital assets, because of 3 key factors that I think really define this industry. The first factor is technology, and I'll elaborate a bit about that later. The second thing is community, which is something that we believe strongly in. And the third part is about trust and education. So I'd like to talk about the first part, which is technology. So blockchain at its very basic level is a technology. Right? Whether you invest in Bitcoin, whether you invest in Ethereum, or whether you invest in BNB, these are just different networks or protocols that smart contracts can be built on. Then obviously you have layer 1s, layer 2s, you have GameFi tokens, you have CommunityFi tokens, you have governance tokens, but fundamentally it's this technology that allows us to build super cool things on top of it. Our Philippines has been a leader in terms of adoption of the play-to-earn space, but many of these games were actually built out of Vietnam. It's also been a leader in terms of adoption of things like move to earn, but many of these projects were also built outside of the Philippines. So when we actually look at a country like the Philippines, what we see is that adoption is very high from one side of the equation, right? Adoption is very high when it comes to people who have access to wallets, including things like Trust Wallet and MetaMask, but also people who own at least one form of digital asset or another. So that's adoption. And if you look at the Chainalysis list of kind of top 5 countries in terms of country penetration of crypto, I think Philippines ranks number 2. So that's very exciting from a user penetration, user adoption perspective. Then what about people actually building cool projects in this space? And I think, the reason why we're standing here today is because, obviously it's sponsored by YGG, IVC, who have invested a lot in local projects, but I think there's still some room for that to grow. So as part of our commitment to really driving adoption, not just in terms of people buying digital assets, but also in terms of people building on the blockchain, we want to invest heavily into education. So as part of this, we've actually announced a few partnerships with local universities, including Enderun. We're going to announce one soon with a program called Education that really allows us to build from a ground-up curriculum that will teach the future generation about blockchain, smart contracts, and the different applications and utility in which this technology can be used for. Philippines is also one of the biggest countries when it comes to overseas remittances, back and forth. There's a large population of OFWs. We're very excited about how this technology can also be applied, how new projects can be built to really make remittance more efficient. And I think we've actually done some internal studies and experiments where we're pretty confident that we can actually reduce the cost of remittance easily by about 8 to 15%, right, even in today's form, by just leveraging the blockchain rails to really facilitate cross-border transfers. That's just the start, right? I think we can do a lot more, but we as a community need to come together to do this. And when I talk about technology, I think a very important thing as well is also about custody and custody solutions and security. With any new technology, people like to do the exciting stuff. They like to build the cool projects, NFTs, let them build the stuff that's sexy, that's on the front end that people can see. But I think one thing that I think is really important that I would like to look at as well is actually the infrastructure layer, including things like cybersecurity, blockchain security, wallet security, and also things like naming services. Right, I think one of the cool projects that we've seen on Ethereum, for example, ENS naming services, that should be also applied to other layer 1 blockchains. So that's on the technology part. I think moving on, I mentioned something about community, which is, I guess, why we're all here today. As part of building the community, I'm going to say, the Philippines community has been super, super engaged in terms of driving adoption and also driving awareness of new projects. I think at its very, very peak, we saw millions of users, right, playing play-to-earn games and actually leveraging play-to-earn tokens to actually generate some form of income uplift for people who are engaged in this segment. However, that's just one part of the community. I think to truly build a stronger community, what we really need to focus on beyond education is really understanding the utility of projects. I think one thing I realized that many projects today decide to launch a token, but actually they don't really understand how the token feeds into the existing business model. I think it's really important for projects to have a strong business model, to have a strong utility, to have real users who are engaged, who don't churn out, before even thinking about rolling out tokens. And I think that part is very, very key. And just a piece of advice, which is even when you look at projects to invest in, look at new tokens to invest in, there are a few metrics that really give away how strong an ecosystem can be. A few things that we like to look at in terms of community building is actually number one, how vested are the community's founders? Right? We like to look at projects where the founders have vesting schedules of close to 10 years, right? Or based on certain triggers that are not tied to the short-term success of projects. The second really important thing to look at as well, for example, is how centralized are certain projects? What percentage of the tokens do the early investors and the founders and the founding teams actually own? Sometimes when projects are too centralized, there is potentially a risk of things like rug pulls or founders just being demotivated or manipulation, such as things like 51% attacks on certain blockchains. So alignment of interest is very important. And I think a third thing which is super relevant in today's times is the community needs to understand the concept of market cap of a specific token versus fully diluted value. I think we've seen recent examples where certain projects have a very, very high fully diluted value, but the number of tokens in circulation is actually very low. What this means is anytime the project decides to release a new pool of supply into the market, it might actually cost the price to dip. So FDV over market cap is a very, very kind of important ratio to look at internally. And I think on top of that, what's also important for us to realize is liquidity. How much daily trading volume is there on any particular DEX or SEX so that you know what the bid depths are, how much volume can be transacted without any substantial shift in pricing. All right, we've seen in recent times how when certain tokens are being collateralized for certain projects and there's sudden price movements, it can cause massive reverberations in the markets, which will lead to a loss of trust and a loss of faith. I think it's our responsibility as investors, as users, as builders, to really build better quality projects and to share this level of education and awareness. Because when people invest in projects and don't look at these metrics, sometimes they might actually make decisions that they might regret. So always do your own research. I hate to always repeat this, but I think as Binance, we also have a separate academy arm that has all these resources widely available for anyone here who wants to read it. We have an academy arm, we have a research arm, which actually publishes all the data points if you guys want to have a read. And I think the third thing, which is really, really important, and I think many of you would obviously ask this question, which is, how do we build or even regain trust when it comes to the blockchain space? I think even within blockchain companies, a lot of people who worked here for a while, after recent events, they do ask the question, is blockchain really here to stay? What is the long-term value and long-term prospects of cryptocurrencies? And if I take a step back, I think blockchain and cryptocurrencies have really redefined the way people raise funds. These were the early days of the ICO. But even today, a lot of the crypto projects are actually invested in by VCs, institutional investors, rather than retail investors. So beyond that first wave of creating that fundraising killer app, where is the real value? And I think this is where players like Binance really, really need to step up and really start creating that level of trust. So I think, first of all, building transparency in this industry is super, super important. And I think moving forward, things like proof of reserves, proof of assets that are actually can be monitored live on the blockchain with on-chain data is going to be super crucial for any exchange to start creating the level of trust and transparency needed for people to start having faith in the industry again. I think the second thing, which is also really important, is treat user funds with respect and with a certain level of risk control and risk aversion. I think we've seen in recent times when certain exchanges might use user funds for other purposes, it creates a very, very negative cycle for the industry. And I think this is something that we all need to be very cognizant of and really think about how we secure our own digital tokens, but also for the centralized exchanges that we put our money with, what can they do to give trust in the fact that they're going to custody the user funds in a way that's actually in accordance with regulations and in accordance with the contracts and terms of conditions with the users. And another really important thing that I think more exchanges can do is really build up their reserves. At Binance, we have a fund called the Secure Asset Fund for Users. And after recent events, despite the slightly lower market prices of tokens, we actually decided to top up that fund back to the $1 billion mark. We call it the SAFU fund, and this fund is actually used to compensate users in the event of any hacks or in the event of any leakages where Binance is actually at fault. And then I think the other thing which is also super important is beyond having a safety pool of reserve funds, beyond having a really good custody process of managing users' coins, is really investing in security protocols and really coming together as an industry to start building better practices when it comes to safeguarding of digital assets. So one thing that we've done actively in this space, even in the Philippines, is work together with law enforcement, the likes of the CICC, to really push out more training sessions, to really teach people on how to track use of illicit funds when it comes to crypto, how do you actually look at clusters, how do you actually track down wallets that have been associated with certain hacks or certain groups that have been involved in certain nefarious activities. So that's something that we are committed to, which is investing more in technology, investing more in communities, and really investing more in building that trust. And I think Philippines will play a key role in really building the future of digital assets. And together, we can come together to really make Philippines a really big central hub in ASEAN for the growth of this space. So really great to be here today. I hope all of you can join us in our journey to really build a better blockchain future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leon Foong. Join 3 on 3 at Web3 and get 3 BUSD for every 3 friends you refer. This program is exclusive to Philippine Web3 Festival participants online and offline. Only the first 500 successful referrers will be rewarded. Don't miss out on this. Go invite your friends to join Binance. Next up, we have another panel discussion with the topic Finding the 100X Community in Gaming. We would like to call on Callie Moore of High Vibe PR. She will lead the discussion with some of the leading Web3 VCs on how they identify projects with strong communities. And these VCs have very impressive track records. Joining Callie, we have Ryan Kim of Hashed, Tommy Chang of Spartan Group, Juno Chen of 7X Ventures, and Shi Kai Wei of Long Hash.
Everyone. So we just had our intro, so I'm going to skip that since we only have 30 minutes and we have quite a distinguished panel ahead, and jump in. All right, so a lot has changed in the crypto market since some of you guys invested in the early days of YGG and Axie Infinity. I only have one question that's related to the events of the past couple weeks, but I think it's an important one. How has FTX's collapse impacted how you'll conduct due diligence on your investments moving forward? Ryan, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, actually, last week was quite crazy week. And I think FTX event was just consecutive event from Luna and also Voyager, a lot of the risk from the macro economy. So from the Luna corruption, we changed our whole strategy from very aggressive investment strategy to a little bit conservative nowadays. And definitely the founder mindset have to be changed from expansion centric strategy to more like operation centric. That means they have to focus on the fundamental value. That means not just raising fund with a higher value. Rather than that, they have to focus on the game is really fun. They have to get more. They have to onboard the real user from the public. That kind of the metric will be more important nowadays. So we are looking at that scores in the due diligence.
Yeah, for sure. So I think one thing that has been made very clear is that the more obscure kind of like black box centralized institutions are quite dangerous, and in fact more dangerous in Web3 compared to Web 2, because like we are still in a very new space. A lot is like very not well understood and unregulated. So I think even more importantly, we need to invest in more of the decentralized technologies, projects that have assets that are on-chain, that are governed on-chain through smart contracts, and with that, hopefully move us towards like a more transparent future.
Awesome, thank you. Kai, let's stick with you and jump into Web3 gaming. So one trend that I'm seeing in the Web3 gaming space is that studios are focusing less on value earned and more on utility and ownership of digital assets. How do you think this shift will impact the future of Web3 gaming development? Kai, do you want to take that? Shai?
Sorry.
Do you want to take it? Or opening it up for anyone.
No, sure. Sorry, can you repeat again, just really quickly?
Oh, yeah. So the shift of studios from value earned to more empowering players through utility and the ownership of digital assets, how do you think this shift is going to impact the future of Web3 gaming development overall?
Yeah, for sure. I think we have seen a very strong consensus among everyone that play to earn in its current form is not enough, right? We need more. So everybody is actually moving towards finding more sources of demand for these like in-game assets, be it NFTs or in-game tokens themselves. And therefore, I think we are looking at more kind of social use cases, right? Things where you want to show off. Could be things that you can affect in-game, right? Like things like governance or things like competition. So for sure, I think everybody's experimenting with some of these methods to make the whole economy more sustainable while still engaging the player economy.
Any other thoughts, Tommy?
Yeah, I can take this one. So the thing is, when projects are advertising the earn part, I think they're not really attracting the right communities and growing the right communities. So because like when token incentives are given out, speculators get drawn like naturally. And although some might be hardcore gamers, at the end of the day, I think they're coming here for the tokens, right? And you don't want these type of players extracting value off your ecosystem. And because I think we all know that there has been a lot of skepticism around NFTs and the current play-to-earn model within Web3, it's going to be, the current Web3 play-to-earn model is going to have very limited effect on actually gaining mainstream adoption as well as attracting mainstream gamers. So I think in the very short term, projects are going to have to leverage the existing Web2 ways to kind of build truly grassroots communities. And that's why after the collapse of some of the play-to-earn economies, we have started seeing projects shifting from the original play-to-earn model to the more traditional free-to-play or the so-called free-to-own model.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so what I'm also seeing is a lot of successful AAA developers and free-to-play developers leaving their huge publishing studios and jumping into Web3 game development. Juno, everyone says that Web3 needs fun games in order to succeed. Do you think this next generation of founders coming from these big publishers are going to be the right founders to usher in this next generation?
Yeah, sure. I think because Web3 gaming will definitely need the great contents and the more great developers, right? And the games want to keep the players to in the game playing in a long term and bring more players. That should be a fun game. And for the different kind of the developers, we think both bullish on the Web3 native Web3 gamers because gaming developers because they are really deeply in the Web3 and also recently we keep in talking a lot with the Web2 gaming developers coming from NetEase, Tencent because they have really experience in the Web2 gaming can bring a lot of the great content IPs to Web3 world. And I think this is really important. And also, if they can get some really great partners in Web3, helping them doing issuing tokens, NFT launching, and helping them design token economics, that will be really great integration. Yeah, definitely. I'm really great to see that's a lot of really good Web2 developers coming to Web3. Yeah.
Anyone else on the panel want to jump in here?
Yeah, I think I totally agree on the Juno's opinion. Actually, from last year, so many Web3 game studios jumping into this space. Especially, I'm based in Korea, so Korea cases like, Nexon, NCSoft, the kind of top three for game studio. They already have tons of users inside. They are turning out to be now a Web3 company. I think the characteristic of the gamers will be very different from the prior age. That means like Web3 so far, their target was more like the traders or speculator or like Web3 natives. They already knows how to use the transaction or wallet, and already they're very knowledgeable about the crypto. But I think from now on, like in this bear market, definitely all the game studios have to onboard the real just Web2 user. That means most of the users don't know how they set up the wallet. They don't care about the wallet address, and they don't have to care about like a security. Most of the user experience should be very simple and easy. And I think Web2 studios are very good at it. Like they're expert, like shortening all the process and expedite the user pay a lot to make the revenue. And I think there will be a kind of norm in this space.
If I may add as well, we love Web2 developers, and they know like games really well, and they know good user experience because that's so important in Web2. At the same time, I think we need to still look out for the Web3 mindset, right? Where you want to give value back to the players, like give ownership back to the players, to engage them in ways to grow the economy, or like even like govern some aspects of the economy and like have like user created value. So it's quite easy for them to adopt this mindset if they're ready to like aligned with the Web3 philosophy.
Great, thank you. Okay, we're going to shift gears slightly and focus more on growth. So I think we saw in the earlier days, Sky Mavis in particular did an incredible job of scaling the community in unscalable ways, but obviously the market has shifted a bit. What companies are you seeing killing it in the bear market right now when it comes to community buy-in and growth overall? Whoever wants to take this one.
Yeah, I think recently there has been a few like really strong growth tactics in terms of growing community. I think one is the free-to-all model that got recently popularized by Digital, which is a 2K NFT PFP collection that rewards loyal token holders on a continuous basis. So, I mean, free mint is not a new concept by any chance, right? But however, it can be a really extremely powerful tool to grow community as well as bootstrapping like advocates within the gaming ecosystem if done right. And more recently, I think there's more and more Web3 games that started growing their community by activating holders of different NFT collections within their community. One example of this is a project called Valhalla, which I think will be launching their NFT collection very soon. And these are some of the more powerful tactics for growing communities that we've seen recently.
And I want to bring up the other case. Like actually, one of our portfolio made a booth here and named the Mode House. They're making a decentralized K-pop idol, and their approach is more like making good content with K-pop idol. And they 2 weeks ago they launched the first music video on YouTube, and they hit the 26 million views right now, and bringing more just normal K-pop fans to the field. And already the app is prepared, so the fans are installing app and participating in the app to get the photo cards with NFT inside. And after buying the NFT, then they can participate into governance of the K-pop idol. I think a lot of the cool point here, like for next era, and I think the gaming space can adapt a lot of like this kind of the fandom community to their business.
Yep. I think combining both of these, I think one of the most high-profile NFT launches was actually the Reddit collectibles, right? And I think firstly, there were a lot of like, it's a very low barrier to entry, and also they keep it very user-friendly, In fact, even in the language, they don't even call it NFTs unless you go into the documentation. So all Reddit users know is that they get a fun avatar, they can go and remix it. So it naturally taps into the community effect of an existing platform. And I'm sure in the bear market, we'll see a lot of that happening.
Yeah, I want to piggyback on that if that's okay, Juno, and I'll turn it back over to you. My next question, a little bit of background. I've been in Web2 gaming PR before I got into Web3 for about 8 years, and esports specifically. And we're still seeing a lot of backlash from traditional gamers when it comes to NFTs. And I think exactly what you were saying about the language shift and how Reddit is rolling out the concept of NFTs is really interesting. Juno, maybe you can jump into that. What Web3 studios and guilds, what can they do to get gamers more on board with the concept of digital ownership?
Yeah, I think we should maybe more focus on the game itself. We will try to for the studios need to lower the barriers for the players. I think making players feel it's just a fun game, and maybe providing some free NFT maintenance. Let them start as others also you mentioned, yeah. And because I think many Web2 gamers against of NFTs, because when they start to play the game, some of the Web3 game studios or projects, they require the players to buy the NFTs. They may feel maybe it's a scam, and they are really afraid of losing monies. And also they maybe feel unfair and less powerful from the game, because maybe they think the players can level up, not only because of their game skills, maybe just because they can purchase expensive NFTs, right? So yeah, I think during this process, I think community is really important. I think they can play a role as definitely they have the part of ownership of the game, but the same way they can also kind of coordinate and bring better gaming experience to the players. No matter it's free NFT or the purchased NFT, they can guide and providing making the players can be really know how to explore in the game. Yeah.
Anyone else have thoughts on widespread NFT adoption or how to make just Web3 gaming more appealing to a mainstream audience?
Yeah, I think just to touch on what Juno and Shikai's pointed a little bit earlier, I think in Web2 gaming, you rarely see games, start selling in-game assets prior to actually launching a game, right? So that's why I think for Web3 game to move forward, I think developers, game dev need to focus on actually delivering really fun and engaging gaming experiences, as opposed to selling 10K PFE drops prior to launching a game, right? Which is a little bit of value attraction, in my opinion. And as a role of community, I think I think also although crypto assets are highly volatile and sometimes speculative, I don't think people should consider them get rich quick schemes, but continue to get yourself educated and know how these things work.
And I want to touch on the flex point. So the reason why the PFP was so popular was the people want to show off. I'm rich from the crypto investment, and they show off through the Twitter profile or Telegram profile, and they show tens of PFP, which is super expensive. I think that points can be adapted to the gaming industry as well. Game definitely the target the mass, and in mass to make a community, they have to figure out how the gamer can show off. I have the expensive game item, or I have a better position than you have. That kind of the stuff they have to touch on. And I think the fashion would be part of that characteristic. So nowadays, the metaverse fashion or in-game fashion is getting developed, and we are investing in that area a lot. And I think a more fabulous the fashion can make more value. Then I think community will be more concrete.
Okay, great. I'm going to add one question that wasn't on our list, just getting to know the community and the audience here. What would you say to founders who are trying to raise for the first time right now? What should founders know?
Well, I can kick it off. Well, certainly I think this bear market is already quite different from like the last one. There are still a lot of investors around, and we're all here still around. So don't be too discouraged. I think people are still here. That being said, I think most investors I know are getting more conservative. So that means that be more realistic in the valuation. It's not like last year. And also try to have more traction before trying to gain like go for the first fundraising round, right? Like it's okay to delay it a little bit, raise a little bit less at a slightly lower valuation, and then show more progress and then go for like the next round. So you don't need to, it's not like the bull market where you could be like opportunistic and say, hey, you know, I can raise that high valuation, get like 5-10 years runway. In this case, let's take it step by step.
What kind of traction should seed founders, what should they show? Like, are there any KPIs that you kind of use as a rule of thumb when it comes to Web3 gaming traction?
Yeah, so we look at a few aspects. So firstly, the product itself. Can you make some progress there, be it in terms of the actual game itself, the game assets, right, the game mechanics? So if you can show some early concepts of that and early production, that'll be fantastic. In terms of like the user/community as well, even though the game itself might not be launched, if you have some existing IP that has been gaining attention, if you have existing community events that's gaining attention, or like the people that are following you because of whatever previous platforms that you have, those certainly help the case. And then lastly, in terms of like partnerships and integrations as well. So if you already have pre-existing partnerships with, let's say, guilds or other distribution platforms, existing kind of, let's say, esports communities, all of these are like data points that can strengthen your chances of success.
Great. Does anyone else have anything they want to add?
Yeah, I think you also need me focus on the more about the game categories and what kind of the Web2 gaming categories, how big the market is, and from the team. So what kind of the core team members they any have like presentative works before, and what kind of the performance during the market before as well. Yeah, so we can see like we need to look at more details. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So we have 5 minutes left, and I want to ask a two-part question to all of you to end. So the first part is, how has your investment thesis changed in this bear market? And then what are you most excited about from an investment standpoint in the year to come? Tommy, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, our investment thesis hasn't changed much in terms of investing in Web3 gaming. So our thesis has been, we want to empower the founders who can deliver the best gaming experiences, to gamers. And in the years to come, we want to see games that utilize blockchain technology as a way to empower gamers through providing real ownership of assets without actually introducing a lot of user friction.
Yeah, I think a good thing of the bull market was we are very optimistic about every single deal, and we can think like everything is experimental. But in bear market, rather than just investing to very experimental, we investing to very concrete and product-focused team. So we are watching the team's profession. Also how strong the team is, and how fun the game is, the kind of the fundamental the evaluation of the deal is more important nowadays. And definitely the trend is not changed, and I think the old team have to aiming for the mass, a more new user they have to target rather than just crypto native. And like a very, I think crypto native is quite easy to come in and also easy to come out. So I believe more we have to onboard a very sticky users from mass.
Yeah, echo everything you guys said. Same with us as well. Our thesis has remained largely the same. Actually, we're quite keen right now on gaming infrastructure because during the bear market where there's not as much user attention, there's more room to kind of like reflect, and how do we then continue to lower the barriers for more developers and more publishers to come in. So things like middleware that make minting, wallet analytics, all these really simple. How do you might want to have a path towards developing your own chain. Once you have users, you want them to have network effects by building some sort of reputation and continuous engagement. So all the developer tools / user-facing tools that make you adopt Web3 games much easier, much faster, and hopefully in an invisible way in the future, we're very bullish on those.
Yeah, like similar. I think like we are like looking for the teams like which can bring like more great contents, IP building and the community building, and also like the key point is how you provide the players better experience, and then you can like level up or scale up the whole market of gaming. Yeah, indeed.
All right, thank you guys so much. Can we have a round of applause for our panelists?
Thank you so much, Callie Moore, Ryan Kim, Tommy Chang, Juno Chen, and Shi Kai Wei. Next up, we have, once again, Peter Ng, founder of Blockchain Space, one of the co-presenters of this festival, to present a keynote on guild infrastructure and what to expect as the industry continues to evolve. Let's all welcome Peter Ng, founder of Blockchain Space and one of the co-presenters of the festival, to present a keynote on guild infrastructure and what to expect as the industry continues to evolve.
Good afternoon. How is everyone? Let's do a little test of the audience. How many of you are hungover from last night? Hands up. That's not enough. That means they didn't arrive. They're probably still suffering from last night. I hope you guys are enjoying the conference. My name is Peter Ng. I'm the founder of Blockchain Space. We are the co-presenters together with YGG of Philippines Web3 Festival. It's awesome to be able to welcome you all to the Philippines and showcase the Philippines ecosystem, of which we are a part of it. I'm going to be talking today about guild infrastructure. Hands up to those of you that actually knows what Blockchain Space does. Hands up if you know what Blockchain Space does. Yeah, very few. Okay, let's address this, because yeah, we need to talk about this. All right. So you guys will remember the Axie Infinity phenomenon, right? In 2020, right, Axie went from 800 players or 800 wallets up to 3 million wallets in 2021 in July, right? Crazy, crazy boom, right? But a lot of you probably are wondering, like, how did that happen? How was that achieved, right? And so we probably look back and we remember these two things, right? So we remember the article that went viral. Everyone talked about that CoinDesk article, right? That one of our colleagues over there, I think she's in the background somewhere, Leah. But Leah wrote this article, and it basically circulated the world, right? And then they followed up and they did this documentary about play to earn and about what was happening, what was driving all this growth into Axie Infinity and the opportunity for people to earn in games, right? But was that the only driver of all this growth, right? We did the digging. So that's what Blockchain Space does, right? We went into the data analytics, we did the digging. And so we created the world's largest global guild database. Now, you guys heard about guilds earlier. You probably didn't hear enough emphasis on guilds. You know YGG's a guild, Yield Guild Games, right? But you're probably thinking, what are guilds? Like, and someone from Longhash just earlier was talking about guilds as a distribution network in Web3. And I think that's a very, very interesting point, right? So whilst we built the world's largest global guild database, right? We were able to map out 23,967 guilds around the world. And you're probably thinking, how is that even possible, right? Because like by definition, like people are thinking like guilds in the traditional sense, especially from the esports world, you're thinking huge, huge communities of like really competitive esports players. However, the kind of like the guilds that we're dealing with now in Web3, they're different. They actually have a completely different definition. They're actually, we think of them as Web3 communities, right? We dug into the data, into the 23,967 guilds, right? And we found this out. And this, a lot of people don't know this. We basically debunked this kind of like this growth statistic, right? So we found out that 97% of guilds are actually what you would consider to be micro. What does that mean? So those micro guilds are actually around 10 to 100 people in a server, on an online server, right? Like Discord, right? And there's only 2% in that mid-tier, and then there's only 1% in that macro tier, right? So a lot of you will probably know like the YGGs, the avocado guilds, the merit circles, right? The really big ones, the ones that have really big treasuries, the ones that are able to like, afford really big PR, right? And get their name out. But a lot of you won't know about these micro guilds, which actually contributed 97% of that growth for that 3 million players that went into Axie Infinity, right? And each of these different categories, they all have different pain points. So these guild networks, right, the different types of guilds, there's a lot of them. This is nowhere near, as you've seen, like, this is nowhere near comprehensive, but there's a lot of them out there. And they all do different things. So if we think about guilds as Web3 communities, right, now you can think about, okay, some will be competitive in esports, some will be actually focusing on content creation, some will be focusing on other kind of like activities to onboard people into Web3. Remember, we think of guilds as Web3 distribution network. So we see guilds as this, right? And I think a lot of you guys, let's see a show of hands. How many of you guys know about the Axie Infinity scholarship model? Show your hands. Yeah, there's a lot of people. Right. So the Axie Infinity scholarship model was actually one of the first iterations of a business model run by a guild, right? And we actually think of guilds as digitally native businesses of the open metaverse. These businesses actually have the same kind of challenges as any other business in the traditional world, right? So you think about it like, okay, I'm running a business, I've got 100 people in my community, I don't know what they're doing, I can't monitor all of these people. I need to have some kind of performance management to be able to monitor them. I need to be able to pay people out. Remember, if you remember in the scholarship model, that 70-30 split, right? If I'm doing that for 100 accounts, that's a lot of payroll that I've got to automate. Then I've got to do asset management. Asset management in this sense is like, sending, Axie characters around or game characters around. And then you've got to do treasury management. Do I hold my money in USDC? Do I hold it in, AXS, SLP, or any other token? And I've got to do accounting. I've got to be able to pay taxes at the end of the year. And I've obviously got to do community management. There's at least 100 people in my server. So that's what blockchain space does, right? We actually treat guilds as businesses, and we provide the software, the infrastructure for people to run their guilds like businesses. So we provide these kind of guild management services where you can do performance management, payroll services, asset management, treasury management, accounting, community management. We want to be able to see people treat guilds like a real business, right? We want to see like in-game earnings or earnings in the metaverse being real, right? We want to be able to see you using it in real life, right? So that's why we created a mobile app as well, where you can track all the earnings that you're making online, and then you should be able to spend it with merchants in the future. So you can see your live balances, spending game earnings, do portfolio tracking and manage your assets. In order to help the guilds to grow, right, it's a very nascent time. So the industry really, really requires a lot of data. And so we've been digging into that data. If you guys remember, we built the largest global guild database of the world, but then we also started tracking kind of like the GameFi industry as a whole, right? That includes the games, the guilds, or the ecosystem players, the infrastructure players, all the different tokens that are associated. That's what you can access through us. So I guess you guys already know why guilds are kind of important, but there are a couple more things that you've got to think of them as why they're so important as a distribution network. Right? The number one thing is education. And I've just been speaking about this with other people all around the conference, right? We still have this problem where crypto is still too technical, right? So if you think about it, when people come into, even if you're going into a computer game, you've still got to open up a crypto wallet, right? And with that crypto wallet means you've got to understand what seed phrases are, right? And how you store seed phrases. It's still technical. How do you make transactions? What is gas, right? All of that stuff is done through education. And that's what we realized, that all these micro communities, these micro guilds, what they were doing to be able to spread education in the Philippines was create these micro communities like between relatives, colleagues, and help them understand this is a wallet, this is how you make a transaction. The second part is onboarding, right? So once you understand how to do it, you still need to understand like how to interact with those Web3 apps, right? So to be able to participate in esports tournaments, you need to understand like game mechanics of the game itself, right? You need to understand how does season 1 work? How does season 21 differ? What's the difference with all these different MMRs and how do I upgrade my assets and so on, right? So the onboarding part is still really, really important. And that's what guilds do. So for us, right, we've understood that guilds are going to play a really, really important role in the proliferation of Web3 in general. They're going to be the ones that educate. They're going to be the ones that onboard people into Web3. And this isn't just happening in the Philippines. This is happening globally, all four corners of the world. So what we realized is that, you know, not every guild is going to be a great guild, right? As you guys know, you meet different communities, right? Not every community is a community that you want to work with. So what's really important is actually to be able to verify and legitimize the communities that you do want to work with. How do I know that this particular community focuses on this particular aspect? So are they focusing on content creation or are they focusing on esports, right? So we're about to launch, and we're in the middle of launching guildhub.io, right? And my colleague Jen, who's out there in the audience, she's our GM for GuildHub, she'll be talking about this tomorrow, right? So GuildHub's purpose is actually to legitimize guilds, to treat them as, real businesses and real communities that people can actually verify, to be able to see reputational history. I want to be able to see, okay, how long have you been a guild? What are you involved in? What's your reputation history look like? So I'm going to stop there. I'm not going to give too many leaks. Guildhub.io, the product launch is tomorrow. I would love to have you all there and understand GuildHub even better. Thank you. My name is Peter Ng, and thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Peter Ng. Following that presentation, we now have Paul Kim from the X Club Protocol, who will guide us through how to build a Web3 gaming and entertainment ecosystem.
Hi everyone, my name is Paul. I'm from the Xpla team. Xpla is the blockchain, it's a content-focused blockchain that is developed by one of the largest gaming companies in Korea. Today I'm here to share with you a little bit of insight into how we got to building a Web3 gaming and entertainment ecosystem on Xpla. So as a content-focused blockchain, built by content creators, our goal is to target games that has the vision to build value-creating entertainment ecosystems. And my goal, my aim is to drive Web3 adoption by channeling Web2 users into Web3 through games. So my team and I are here this week to get our name out there. And we're here to source projects and to create partnerships to build our ecosystem together. Unfortunately, we're in the middle of one of the worst crippling events of crypto. I hope you guys are all okay. If you're not, I hope you guys can bounce back and bring back positivity back to the industry. Before I continue, I'd like to thank YGG, Blockchain Space, and everyone involved here who put this event together. I think already it's one of the best events of the year so far. As the official blockchain partner for the event, I'm really proud to be here, especially in Philippines, because it's the epicenter of the mass Web3 adoption that we saw last year through games like Axie. I'm here all week, so please, if you find me here and there, feel free to approach me, and then I'll be happy to meet as many of you as I can. So I'm going to start with talking about where we are as an industry. So from 2021 to 2022, the GameFi industry grew to become a $41 billion industry. Months since, it's declined rapidly, and the decrease was accelerated by the recent events, and now it's at about $7 billion. You can take this data with a grain of salt, but I think the overall storyline is still valid.